Hi, good evening, everyone. We shall start the conference in a few minutes. Would like to welcome all of our dear participants who are watching us live at the St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, Philippines Facebook page. Good afternoon, everyone from Manila, Philippines, and the rest of the world. Good morning and good evening. We'll just wait for a few minutes before we start our program. Acknowledging the presence of um, Sir Matthew Elizar, Mrs. Helen Lopez, Otilia Penti, uh, who are now in our Zoom room. Thank you. Jonah. Good evening, Teacher Jonah.
Good evening, sir. Good evening po.
Good evening, everyone. We shall start in a few minutes. We're just waiting for our speakers for tonight. How are you
Okay.
doing, Teacher Jonah?
I'm doing fine. Thank you. Sir, I sent you a PM just now.
Yes. Let me just check. Yes, don't worry, Teacher Jonah. I
Okay,
will.
thank you.
So the order of presenters for tonight will have hopefully Professor Dr. Siham El Kafafi from New Zealand, to be followed by Teacher Jonah Tagaki from Japan. We have Mrs. Helen Lopez from the Philippines. We have Corina Suchdea from Romania. Later on, we have Angel Mata from the Philippines. We also have Ms. Rio Bautista from the Philippines. And then to be followed by Professor Dr. Rania Lampu from Greece. And then we'll have Nirmala Devi Kandasamy from Malaysia. And then we'll have another one from the Philippines, Eliza Encalado. And then we have Naomi Saligumba from the Philippines. And yours truly will be presenting last um, in the conference. I'd like to ask Teacher Matthew. Teacher Matthew, you are scheduled when, Teacher Matthew? Let me just check, Teacher Matthew. On the 20, yes, on the 29th. Okay. Okay, let me share my slide.
The Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times you have offended you. Continue to guide and protect us, Lord. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with prayer and intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اللهم اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. اللهم وحد صفوفنا بين المسلمين والنصارى واللوماد إلى صراطك المستقيم. اللهم امنحهم العيش بالأمن والسلامة والتنمية المستدامة في مدينة دافاو. اللهم لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amoy nen manama kami gimot tolangon, manotot kakaroson no, si koikaw kami dokul tolangon, way migtumpi to tano, si koikaw kami bohoy to pagpianan tolangon na maotaw, pusako kapusong no, kana akong to pabulos koy, o agbuyo koikaw, way bohoy kat pabor, kahalaan, kalinaw, to kanami, no pag-ugpo, way kasabok kakoy, oyot kalambo. Kay kuro tamana kakodin panubad way pag-ampo, kaupianan igboy no, way kakoy kong imono, way kahalaan ka lang.
Bayang magiliw para sa silanganan, araw ng puso sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyang ka na mag-ibig, samang lulubig, di ka masisihin, sa dagat at magsisipig, at sa langit magabaw. May dalagang pula at tao sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat ko'y tagumpay na nagnilinling. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may ipasilin. Lupa ng araw ng walhatit ng sinta, uwi langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya nga bangkay mamalis na namatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. Welcome to St. Patrick's School's International Education Conference, or also known as ASCEND 2023, and advancing strategies for the challenges of education and nurture development. So, in the wake of the PISA 2022 results, the Philippines is poised for an educational revolution. And how can we rise from the challenges and chart a new course for education in 2024? We will explore the answers at the St. Patrick's School's International Education Conference, and we'll be able to talk about important matters. And I'd like to welcome everyone to this um, very interesting conference. And over the next 3 days, we will embark on a journey of intellectual exchange and collaboration, delving into the multifaceted challenges facing education globally with a keen focus on nurturing development. And this conference aims to ignite conversations, to ignite and go beyond the rhetoric, fostering actionable strategies to prepare to propel education forward in 2024 and beyond. Our objectives is hopefully we'll be able to interpret the PISA 2022 insights and undertake a comprehensive exploration of it, the results, emphasizing countries that scored lower and uncover the nuances of these outcomes to discern underlying issues and pave the way for informed discussions on improvement. And here we will be able to promote inclusive education practices, empower stakeholder collaboration. As the conference commences, let us collectively contribute to the advancement of strategies that will shape the future of education, ensuring that every learner has the opportunity to thrive and reach their full potential. May our discussions today be fruitful and our endeavors lead to transformative changes in the landscape of global education. So I'd like to welcome everyone, our dear guests who are present here in the Zoom room, and our dear friends who are watching us live at Facebook page of St. Patrick's School of Quezon City in the Philippines. So we are now going to start our conference by calling our first presenter. Our first presenter is Professor Dr. Siham El Kafafi from New Zealand, and she held various academic positions as head of the academic faculty, business, finance, and English, and director of research, a senior lecturer and guest lecturer in various universities and tertiary institutions overseas and in New Zealand. He is also an inspirational speaker, an international speaker as well, and a very good friend of St. Patrick's School of Quezon City in the Philippines. Friends, our dear teachers, colleagues, students, and parents, let's all welcome Professor Dr. Siham El Kafafi from New Zealand. Dr. Siham, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jerry. Thank you for your humble greetings and welcome. And good evening, everybody from Aotearoa, Kia ora, the land of the long white cloud. It's always a pleasure to be with you here and to actually talk about this topic that is near to all our hearts, the education and its importance for our profession and for our students. And also to end 2023 on a very good tone and to start a wonderful 2024. So I chose a topic that is very important, and it has been going on for quite a while, but I believe that lots of changes is also going to happen in the future. So I chose to highlight its importance and also to attract the attention that it's going to be crucial importance for education. I would like please to share with you my screen. So my topic, as I mentioned to you, just trying to. I hope everybody can see my screen.
It's
Yep.
visible,
So-
Dr. Siam.
Thank you. So the title is Gamification in Educational Technology, Enhancing Engagement and Learning. And today I'll just start with an introduction about the topic, a definition of key terms that are important for this research, the rationale for gamification in education, what are the challenges and criticisms, technologies that are going, how it's playing a role in enhancing this field, and also future trends, and then a conclusion. So as we all know, in these recent years, there has been a huge convergence of gamification and educational technology, and that has actually refined the landscape of learning for us. It actually provided means and ways of innovation. Also, we look at it from a pedagogical approach, how we are going to engage our students. Engaging students is a big, huge topic that we, as educators, we grapple with it. So gamification is actually one of the tools that is actually used as a motivator. It's a strategy and a technique to improve the level of engagement of the students in order to be able to hold their attention in the classroom and to guarantee a good learning outcome at the end. So the fusion of gamification with educational technology can be through digital platforms, through virtual reality, augmented reality, and lots of other techniques can actually be very helpful and wonderful experience for both us as educators and also our students. So let's look at some of the definitions of the terms. When we talk about gamification in this research, what do we mean exactly? It is the process of incorporating game design elements, mechanics, and principles into non-game contexts. So we are using it in serious topics, but we are incorporating activities in the classroom that will actually enhance the level of engagement and motivation for the participants who are our students. And this can be done to motivate them through using points, badges, leaderboards, narratives, and of course, rewards. If we're going to look at educational technology, which is also referred to as EdTech, it uses digital tools, technologies, and resources to facilitate enhancing our teaching and also the learning and the educational process. And that could be done through online learning, which we have been doing recently, lately, all over the world. So we have different platforms like the one we are using right now, and you can use also digital content, simulations, and virtual realities, and other innovative technologies in our delivery in order to enhance the outcomes. Engagement is actually looking at how are we going to have a meaningful involvement of our learners in their learning process in order to hold their interest and attention and guarantee that they are involved in this subject matter and help them in their learning and reach the required outcomes at the end. And the learning outcomes, we all know, we build our lessons around it. This is how the government comes and audits us if we are delivering the lessons according to those learning outcomes, and also our assessments is built on learning outcomes. So this is how we can guarantee and look, did we actually reach the goals? Did we reach those objectives? and are the students actually meeting them? So what is the rationale for gamification and education? We need to look at the intersection of gamification and education. And this has been very significant for us as educators, as researchers. It's ways of innovation in order to enhance the student engagement, motivation, and learning outcomes, as I mentioned. So what are the things that actually pushed it, motivated it, and put it in the forefront? The first thing is that the decline of the traditional engagement. As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of research that for us as educators, we're engaged in. We are trying to find out the quality or the type of students in our classrooms nowadays is different than the traditional type. So we need to cater for those students different ways in order to engage them. So the traditional way, you're standing there, you're just lecturing, and they sit there, listen, take notes, as we all know. But this is becoming boring for them. So we need to find new ways, new innovative ways to engage them. So that was also one of the rationale to push it. Also, intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. As we wanted to know what are the factors that actually motivate the students, how do they feel about it? And when they feel rewarded, when they feel recognized through these gamification, that actually pushed it also to the forefront to inspire us as educators to be able to have enthusiastic students in their learning journey. Also, through gamification and all those activities, it gives immediate feedback, so the students know that where are they at, what is their level, what do they need to do, how good they are, or what do they need to work on. So this actually helps them to progress and enable them to adjust their strategies to improve. And that also is practicing and providing with skills for real life, for their careers. So that enhances also their learning experience, and it helps the various different types of learning styles of our students. Also, it is a means in a way, as I mentioned, it develops their skills. So they are applying things, they are practicing it. So it supports them how to work in collaboration with each other, how to have critical thinking, problem solving, and to be able to make wise and well-informed decision making through those games that they are engaged in. Also, it fosters autonomy and self-directed learning. When they're sitting and doing those activities through those games, it actually makes them practice that they are responsible for their own learning journey. And it also provides them of a mean and way of having self-directed learning. Also, it addresses a different and diverse learning needs, and also helps them in a long-term engagement and retention for their learning journey. So what is the relationship between gamification, motivation, and engagement? As I mentioned in the definitions there, that there is actually, through gamification and the techniques, it helps to influence the learner's behavior and experience. So when we are incorporating the game elements and mechanics, gamified learning experiences provide for our students with a sense of purpose, autonomy, and mastery, all of which is essential components of motivation. So this motivation fuels their active participation and engagement. If you look at it, if you feel that you're getting those rewards, you feel you are good at it, you're becoming better. So that helps you to feel that, oh, I want to do more and I want to do more. So you become actually more involved, more engaged, and you want to contribute further. So for them, it becomes a more meaningful learning journey, and at the end, they reach that desired outcome. So if we're going to look at gamification and motivation, the motivational factors here drive these desired behavior for the students so that they incorporate elements and when they feel that they're having badges, they're having rewards, and they feel proud of their achievements, and that fuels both their intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. And also, when we are going to look at the engagement here, we are going to find that it is also related. So it is meaningful involvement for them, because all these skills that they are learning, it's enhancing, as I mentioned, their critical thinking, their problem solving, and that will prepare them for a work-ready future through all those different techniques of participation. So what are the challenges and the criticisms of gamification in education? As we all know, when everything starts happening, lots of people are with and lots of people are against. So there are challenges also in the field. So some of the people, they say it's a superficial engagement. Some of the critics would argue that this is where the students are focusing more on earning rewards rather than deep understanding. Maybe there are a few like that, but that doesn't mean that everybody is only after badges and rewards and not really for the learning journey. The other criticism and challenge is that some people say it is short-term motivation. So they're relying on this extrinsic reward, and that can lead to short-term motivation. So once this reward is removed, students might lose the interest in learning. And this raises concerns about whether gamification can instill long-lasting intrinsic motivation for learning. Another challenge is that it is unintended competition. So the leaderboards and the competitive element might inadvertently create unhealthy competition among students, leading to anxiety and discouraging collaboration. And this can undermine the sense of community and shared learning objectives. Another challenge also is one-size-fits-all approach. Some learners might find a certain gamification elements more appealing than others, potentially excluding those who are not motivated by such approaches. Also, there are ethical concerns. Designing experiences solely to boost engagement without the genuine focus on learning could be seen as a form of manipulation and might not align with ethical educational practices. Also, overemphasis on rewards, as I mentioned earlier. And then there is distraction and shallow learning, which is on the same wavelength. And there is design complexity. Yes, I am one of the people, when I try to use activities and prepare activities, yes, it does take a lot of time and it's very complex in order to tailor it, because I teach different fields, and in order to tailor those games. But if you actually design it properly, it is very useful, very engaging, and all the students participate in it. So assessment challenges also, because it's sometimes very difficult in order to incorporate it effectively. And there is cultural differences. Some of the strategies may work well for some cultures or may not work for other cultures. Then there is resources intensiveness. In order to be able to tailor those certain gamification resources, it is a very time consuming, and time is a resource. And of course, sometimes you need material and you need to put a lot of effort and technology in it. So when we are discussing these challenges and criticism, it's important to acknowledge that effective design and thoughtful implementation can mitigate any of these concerns. Gamification should be approached with a focus on meaningful learning and a clear understanding of the educational context. So My suggestion to you is that when you are going to utilize gamification, it depends also how you are going to structure it, how you are going to design it, how you are going to develop it, and what is the intention in your mind. It's exactly like when people started using technology and they were using it because it was the hip and cool thing and it is the latest thing. That does not justify it. But if you are using it with good intentions and you are developing the relevant activities of gamification that fits with your classroom, trust me, from experience, it is going to be wonderful and it will render wonderful output for your students, because engagement and motivation of the students in their learning journey is actually a key thing in order to keep them engaged in the classroom, to help them to participate and to guarantee that they get interest in their learning journey and they actually achieve and reach the outcomes at the end of that journey. So if we're going to explore some of the emerging technologies like virtual reality and augmented reality in the context of enhancing gamification, it opens up new possibilities for immersive and engaging learning experiences. So let us look at some of them. And by the way, this is where the whole world is actually directed and where it's heading. So if we're going to look at virtual reality, there is immersive simulations, there is spatial learning, experiential learning, problem solving, cultural exploration, and skill training. And I believe that all those skills are valuable for us as educators and also for our students, because this is preparing them for their career, for real life. If we're going to look at augmented reality, there is enhanced learning content, there is the real world context, interactive elements, geolocation-based learning, and visualizing abstract concepts, and collaborative learning. All those are different techniques. It doesn't mean that you can choose all of them at the same time. We're human beings and we have also our limited capabilities and capacities. But if we choose at least one or a couple of them and concentrate on them and master them, that would be great and wonderful for us and for our students. If we're going to combine both of them, mixed reality, embodied learning, personalized learning, and data visualization, I believe that most of you would be experts in at least one or two, if not three, of all those different skills. And I'm sure you'd be already starting to utilize them in your classrooms. So what are the future trends and the development of gamification educational technology? Is that we're going to have a lot of personalized learning journeys. It could become even more tailored to individual learners, adapting challenges, content, and reward based on each student's progress, preferences, and learning styles. And I believe that we already started doing that when we are giving attention to our different students. We concentrate on different learning styles, and this is why we do various activities in the classroom to target those different learning styles. But sometimes also we have special students who have special needs, and we need to also cater for them. There is the AI-driven adaptation, and we all know there's lots of talk about the artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, for example, which is playing a significant role in analyzing student performance data and dynamically adjusting the gamified elements to optimize those learning outcomes. There is also the neuroscience and the cognitive science integration. So there's deeper insight from neuroscience, cognitive science, which inform the design of gamified experiences that align more closely with how the brain learns and retains information. There is mixed reality and immersive experiences, and this is allowing students to learn in simulated environments. There blockchain for credentialing, and there is also ethical gamification. We need to always consider ethical issues when we are designing any new technology. We need to look at what are these considerations, and we need to work within those ethical parameters so that we would be actually working fairly and not harming anybody. There's also collaborative gamification, real-world application emphasis, and cross-disciplinary integration, which is actually happening a lot these days because we complete each other, and each one of us has got their own niche area of expertise to collaborate and work with others. We create actually a lot of innovation. There's inclusive and accessible design, interactive assessment, and data-driven, and the list can go on. So in conclusion, the fusion of gamification and education addresses various challenges in traditional learning methods by leveraging the inherent motivational aspects of games, by offering immediate feedback, enhancing engagement, and promoting skill development. Gamified educational technology holds the potential to revolutionize the educational landscape and create a more effective, dynamic, and learner-centered experiences, which is what we're all aspiring for, what we're all working for. But we need actually, within the innovation, to be careful, to have careful attention for the design and the ethical implications, and to look at the evidence-based practices. These are essential requirements in order to harness the full potential of gamification in education. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Siam, for that wonderful presentation. Very true enough that gamification would really be the future of education. And thank you very much for sharing that with us. And let's all
Pleasure.
give Dr. Siham all a heart reaction, everyone. Thank you very much,
you.
Dr. Siham.
Thanks a lot.
Merry
God
Christmas
bless
to
you.
you.
Merry Christmas to you too, and Happy New Year.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siham.
Thanks. God bless you.
God bless you. Okay, we'll now proceed with our next presenter. Let me just share my screen. Okay, slide share. Okay, so our next presenter is teacher Jonah Tagaki. She is an English teacher from Tohoku Gakuen Junior and Senior High School in Japan. Friends and guests, let's all welcome teacher Jonah Tagaki. Teacher Jonah, the Zoom floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Hello, good evening, everyone. Hello, it's very nice to see you again. It's a pleasure to meet you all again before the year 2023 ends. My name is Jonah Takagi, and I am going to stick to the 15-minute time limit given for each of us. I teach English at the Tohoku Gakuen Junior and Senior High School. And as you are aware, today's theme is advancing strategies for the challenges of education and nurture development. My goal with this presentation is to share with you the importance of holistic development, focusing not only on academic achievements, but also on nurturing essential life skills, creativity, critical thinking, and adaptability to prepare our children and students for the challenges of the future. Many of us are aware that lack of holistic development in our children and students is an ongoing global issue. And this is also still a modern educational concern. Unfortunately, however, because of the improved technology and fast-paced lifestyles, parents and also teachers may unknowingly, unconsciously overlook the importance of holistic development in our daily interaction with our children and students. Sir, the next slide, please. I hope now many of our parents from St. Patrick and any schools around the world are watching this. Today, I am going to cover 5 topics in my presentation. The first one is what exactly is a holistic approach development. Number 2 is what are the 5 elements of holistic development. Third is what is early childhood holistic development, and why is holistic growth important? Last but not the least is an example of holistic activity. Now, holistic development strives to promote a child's overall balanced development by providing age-appropriate educational experiences and pedagogies. The world is evolving at an unprecedented rate in modern history, and in order to prosper in this dynamic post-pandemic environment, our young generations require a firm foundation for long-term success. So let us go over the most important factors for overall development and assist you in excelling in your role as parents, as educators, as stakeholders. Sir, let's go to the next page. So the first topic is what exactly is a holistic approach to development? Please take a look at the slide. You can see at the picture that we already know that early childhood development is critical for general growth and development. In fact, between the ages of 0 and 3, a child's brain develops by up to 80%. And by the age of 5, 90% of the brain structure has been formed. A holistic approach to development considers and promotes the individual's well-being as a whole. It encompasses physical development in childhood, as well as intellectual, emotional, social, and aesthetic development, among other things. So if you try to look at the first stage from 0 age, usually, of course, needless to say that a child will be with their parents. And then the second stage, ages 2 to 3, again with their parents most of the time. But as they grow up, they start to have a more expanded social life from kindergarten to neighborhood. The next slide, please. Number 2 topic is what are the 5 elements of holistic developments? Now, students' holistic development permits them to increase their social roles later in life. These aspects include the physical, emotional, intellectual, spiritual, and social. Here is a quick rundown of some of the specific. For the physical development in childhood, it includes the acquisition of fine and gross motor abilities. These features are supported by the children's daily activities, and the development of milestones will come in due course. Emotional development determines a person's ability to detect, analyze, and control various emotions, like, for example, anger, happiness, fear, grief, surprise, and so forth are examples. The intellectual components influences the growth and activity of a child's brain. Spiritual, and this factor aids children in developing a feeling of spiritual identity. It also promotes their general human growth by cultivating values such as empathy, compassion, universal brotherhood, and kindness. Social, this feature is critical in assisting the child's development as a capable adult who works with other members of society. So this process begins with the child's social circle expanding during childhood, and then it progresses with a variety of experiences until childhood. The next slide, please. The third topic is what is early childhood holistic development? Overall development in a child's early years entails focusing on an educational plan that addresses all aspects, every aspect of one's personality. And did you know that the first years of a child's existence lay the groundwork for full-fledged brain's functioning? Here is a very intriguing information for everyone. According to UNICEF, the first few years of a child's life are critical because this step generates about 1 million neuronal connections each second. Can you imagine that? 1 million per second. These neural connections are foundation of our memory consolidation process in the human brains. And these are reinforced with each new piece of information based on the recent patterns of action. And the most fascinating part is that this pattern will never be repeated in a human's life. Isn't that interesting? This tells us, therefore, that learners' entire development in early life establishes the groundworks for their cognitive abilities. Let's go to topic number 4. So now that we have already covered the early stages, let's move on to some later stage benefits. Why is holistic growth important? Why is it essential? Understanding the mechanism of human growth and development is a very difficult task. But after language development of childhood, the total development has an impact on many other aspects of life and personality. Here are some examples. Resilience. Resilience is being able to overcome defeats or difficult events in life. Examples of holistic development reveal that children with balanced mindsets are more resilient in life. Skill development. In today's digitally driven world, the majority of job prospects are centered on a skill-first talent approach. Our youngsters must be more prepared for the future because young children will be exposed to an increasingly complex environment in the future. Overall development allows children to be more self-aware, cheerful, and receptive to rational thinking patterns. All of this contributes to one's well-being as a whole, and it greatly contributes to future success in many aspects of life. Last is confidence. A person's degree of optimism influences their general standard of life. Holistic growth in education increases one's confidence, and it also increases one's chance of success. The next topic, number 5. Next slide, please. The next is, how can we support a child's holistic development? The majority of the holistic development examples enable us to comprehend how to support our children at critical stages of their lives. There are several ways for us as parents, as educators, as stakeholders to help our child overall development. Here are some examples. The educational environment, facilitating transition through stages. Every student must progress beyond the boundaries of fundamental skills and get expertise in knowledge construction to support their computerized living. Students today require transferable soft skills, advanced digital abilities, and other job-specific skill sets to build a prosperous future. Holistic development in education is a very powerful instrument for promoting all of this and more. In reality, it is the only way to assist our children at all stages of transition. In addition, it also provides educational attainment that leads to a fruitful adult life. The next is the love for learning. Promote an appreciation of learning in your children. A lifelong learner appreciates learning at all stages of life. You must foster this love of learning as parents. I hope many parents are watching this. Make learning enjoyable for the child because the strength of intrinsic motivation will assist your child uncovering the mind's hidden capabilities. Third is thinking abilities. Develop thinking skills. Following language development in childhood, you can also expose your child to a variety of enriching educational opportunities. Aid your child's learning by giving cognitively interesting experiences. You can enroll your child in an online education course or program for a more immersive experience. Encourage your child to brainstorm and think outside of the box. Encourage open-ended inquiries, as well as to foster innovative thinking. The fourth is identify the child's strength. Discover your child's strengths or our students' strengths. By far, we already know that child development does not aim at one-sided success in life. We already know that child's development does not strive for one-sided life success. We must assist our children and students in leading a fulfilling and happy life by assisting them in identifying specific abilities. This will enhance the lives of many children and then assist them in achieving their goals later in life. Last is the teaching strategies. Select appropriate teaching methods. This is not only for teachers, this is actually rather more on students' parents. As a parent, you must also focus on selecting appropriate teaching and setting for your child's personality. A parent and a traditional online school instructor can both provide excellent examples of comprehensive growth as well as assistance in the formation of a child's fully rounded personality. You can ask the assistance of educational organizations and work with interested parties to provide meaningful experiences that will benefit your child's overall development. According to research, implementing effective teaching pedagogies improves learning results. So be certain, make sure that you choose the ideal education setting for your child. The next slide, please. A holistic activity example. Please take a look at this. Parents and guardians, teachers, of course, can easily include parts of ordinary daily activities to enrich our children's experience. Why don't you try, for example, to help your youngster develop cognitive and social skills through a simple buying grocery activities? How about encouraging your child to assist an adult in making a list of items in the house that need to be replenished? Why not try that one day? Take the child to the supermarket and then show him or her how to properly inquire about other possibilities to make a price comparison, for example, of the same product. Price comparison. This exercise will educate young people about the significance of task planning to achieve the greatest results. It will also assist your child in learning how to collaborate or engage with specialists to obtain important details and information. Similarly, for example, just taking a walk in the park, walks through nature, or games like what Doctor has just discussed a while ago, gamification, and initiatives to, for example, clean up an open space. These are excellent strategies to promote overall growth. There are many more examples of holistic activities that teachers and parents can learn. The last slide, please. Okay, so After all, the basis of human rights is a happy life, right? Everyone wants to lead a happy life, for which we need to have a holistic approach. This was quoted by Dalai Lama. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for listening to my speech.
Wow, thank you very much, Teacher Jonah Tagaki from Japan for the very interesting presentation. And I do hope our dear parents and teachers and students were able to really grasp the important things that you have presented in our conference today.
I really
Thank you
hope
very
so.
much, Teacher Jonah.
Thank you.
Arigato gozaimasu.
Arigatou gozaimashita.
Okay, we will now, before we proceed with the next presenter, I will just be able to share with everyone the video from the Department of Education, particularly the Assistant Superintendent of the School Division of Cebu City, Dr. Adolf Aguilar, on his message for all of us in the International Education Conference, or also known as the ASCEND Conference. Let me just share to everyone the video that he just sent minutes ago.
It's
Mabuhay.
19 hours.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed educators and fellow visionaries, I stand before you today virtually connected to the marvels of technology to address the pressing challenges and bright prospects in the realm of education. We gather under the auspices of St. Patrick's School here in the Philippines, united by a noble theme, advancing strategies for striving to meet the challenges of education and nurture. In an era where society is advancing at a breakneck pace, we must ask ourselves, how do we transform education through technology? How will education shift with the advent of AI technologies and potential future pandemics? And most crucially, how do we use education as a vessel to promote global values, gender equality, tolerance, peace, and develop the competencies of global citizens? Firstly, the integration of AI and technology in education is not just an option, it's a necessity. The digital revolution has reshaped how we learn and teach, offering unprecedented opportunities for personalized learning and access to information. AI technologies, when ethically and effectively integrated, can offer individualized learning pathways, adapt to the unique needs of each student, and open doors to new realms of knowledge and creativity. However, as we embrace these technologies, we must also be vigilant about the ethical implication and ensure that they are used to enhance, not replace, the human touch in education. Secondly, the COVID-19 pandemic has been a stark reminder of the need for agility in education. We must develop strategies to ensure that education can continue seamlessly regardless of external circumstances. This means investing in robust digital infrastructures, training our educators to effectively use online platforms, and developing curricula that are adaptable to various modalities of learning. We must be prepared to shift gears at a moment's notice, ensuring that our education systems are resilient in the face of adversity. Thirdly, as global educators, we have a profound responsibility to advance values that transcends borders and cultures. Education is a powerful tool for promoting gender equality, tolerance, and peace. So by integrating these values into our curricula and fostering environments where diversity is celebrated and respected, we can cultivate a generation of learners who are not just academically proficient, but also empathetic and culturally sensitive global citizens. The competencies needed to thrive as global citizens in this ever-changing world are diverse: critical thinking, adaptability, cultural awareness, empathy, technological literacy, and a lifelong love for learning are just a few. As educators, it is our duty to nurture these skills and provide our students with the tools they need to navigate and contribute positively to the world. The challenge we face are significant, but so are the opportunities. By harnessing the power of technology, preparing for future uncertainties, promoting universal values, and developing essential global competencies, we can transform education into a force for good that shapes not just knowledgeable individuals, but compassionate, informed, and proactive global citizens. Thank you for your commitment to this noble cause, and let us continue to work together in shaping the future of education.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Adolf Aguilar, the Assistant Superintendent of the Schools Division of the Department of Education in Cebu City, Philippines. Thank you very much, Dr. Adolf. And now we'll proceed with our next presenter. Let me just share my slide. Okay, our next presenter is currently the Student Affairs Head and also the coordinator of St. Patrick's School's homeschooling education. She has been with St. Patrick's School of Quezon City for X number of years already. She is a very humble, dedicated, and committed teacher of St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, Philippines. Friends, teachers, and educators from across the world, let's all welcome Mrs. Helen Lopez. Ma'am Helen, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Sir Daddy, for such humble compliments. Okay, so good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, world. Yeah. To our distinguished guests, fellow educators, students, and other participants of this ASEAN 2024 International Education Conference. Greetings of peace, hope, and harmony to everyone in this holiday season here from the Philippines. Good evening once again. Let me start my topic as assigned to me, inclusive education in home-based learning and student affairs, St. Patrick's School Incorporated perspective, bridging philosophies for students' success. Sir, please. For our introduction, student affairs and homeschooling education share a common goal of promoting holistic student development. This means that both approaches aim to create an environment that supports students' overall growth, including their academic, personal, social, emotional, and professional development. In its student affairs, the focus is on providing students with a roadmap, helping them navigate their way to becoming a well-rounded individual and increasing the likelihood of success. Student affairs professionals work to create a supportive and inclusive environment, empowering students to take ownership of their academic, professional, and personal success. They achieve this by offering a range of services and programs that cater to the diverse needs of students, such as academic, advising, counseling, and career development. Next slide, please, sir. In homeschooling education, the philosophy emphasizes the integration of academic and co-curricular experiences to promote student learning and development. Homeschooling involves creating a conducive learning environment at home and providing students with the necessary resources and support to learn effectively. Parents and guardians play a crucial role in homeschooling by providing emotional support, monitoring their child's progress, and communicating with teachers. Both student affairs and homeschooling education recognize the importance of addressing students' unique needs and circumstances, fostering a strong partnership between parents, educators, and students, and promoting a holistic approach to students' development. By focusing on the whole student, both approaches aim to prepare students for success in their academic, personal, and professional lives. As highlighted here in this phrase, student affairs is crucial in fostering the holistic development of students, preparing them for success in their academic, personal, and professional lives. As I continue, in terms of the philosophy of student affairs, the philosophy of student affairs is grounded in the belief that students' success is not solely measured by academic achievements, but also by their holistic development. It encompasses a wide range of services and programs that support students' academic, personal, and social growth. The guiding philosophy of student affairs has evolved over the years with a focus on student learning and development. The objectives of student affairs are to provide students with up-to-date competencies such as global and communication skills, critical and innovative thinking skills, and a collaborative mindset. These competencies are essential for students to succeed in today's rapidly changing world. Student Affairs also aims to create a supportive and inclusive environment for all students. It is also crucial in fostering the holistic development of students, as mentioned a while ago, preparing them for success in their academic, personal, and professional lives. It provides essential support services, promotes student engagement, and contributes to a positive campus environment. Now, there are three philosophical questions the schools face nowadays. First, how can student affairs programs effectively integrate academic and co-curricular experiences to promote holistic student development? Second, what strategies can be implemented to create a more inclusive and supportive environment for students from diverse backgrounds? Third, how can student affairs professionals adapt to the evolving needs and challenges of today's students, including mental health support and career readiness? Now, modesty aside, and we are so glad to share with you some of the three best practices of St. Patrick's School's student affairs activities and programs in response to those above mentioned questions. First, comprehensive support services. St. Patrick's School offers a wide range of support services, including academic advising, counseling, and career development to address students' diverse needs. Second, student engagement initiatives. The school actively promotes student engagement through clubs, organizations, and leadership development programs, fostering a sense of community and belonging. That's why our students are very much encouraged as well for them to also be engaged in the international collaborations, which they have proven their craft already. Next, third, inclusive campus environment. St. Patrick's School prioritizes creating an inclusive campus environment that celebrates diversity and provides equal opportunities for all students. So we hope this could be of best help to also other schools. Now, as I move on, in terms of home education for students today, wherein St. Patrick's School is very thankful because we are just recently granted the permission to offer this program. A successful homeschooling education philosophy emphasizes the creation of a supportive and structured learning environment, fostering independent learning skills, and promoting a strong partnership between parents, educators, and students. Home education involves creating a conducive learning environment at home and providing students with the necessary resources and support to learn effectively. It has become increasingly important, especially in the context of remote learning and during the time when we have experienced COVID-19 pandemic. The primary objectives of home education are to ensure that students have access to equally learning experiences, maintain academic progress, and develop essential skills in a home-based setting. Now, there are underlying philosophies in this regard. Effective home education is grounded in the philosophy of providing students with a supportive and structured learning environment, fostering independent learning skills, and promoting a strong partnership between parents, educators, and students. The philosophy of homeschooling education raises several philosophical questions that are essential for shaping the educational experience of students. These questions delve into the nature of education, the role of the teacher, and the methods of learning. Here are some philosophical questions related to homeschooling education. Now, what is education and what is its purpose in the context of homeschooling? First, what role does the homeschooling teacher play in education and how does it differ from traditional classroom teaching? Second, how do people learn and how can homeschooling methods effectively facilitate the learning process? And the third, these questions prompt educators and parents to reflect on the fundamental principles of education and the unique dynamics of homeschooling. They encourage critical thinking and thoughtful consideration of the educational philosophy that underpins homeschooling practices. Now, how are these things to be applied in terms of our program? Home education applications include creating a designated study area, establishing a routine, setting clear learning goals, and utilizing online resources for educational purposes. Now, we may encounter some of these challenges. Challenges in home education may include maintaining student motivation, addressing technological barriers, and ensuring effective communication between parents and educators. Now, the philosophy of student affairs and home education are essential components of modern education. By providing students with holistic support in creating conducive learning environments, we can empower them to thrive academically and personally. Now, what are its connections in terms of the philosophy of student affairs and homeschooling education? The philosophy of student affairs and homeschooling education share a common goal of promoting holistic student development. Homeschooling education involves creating a conducive learning environment at home and providing students with the necessary resources and support to learn effectively. Effective homeschooling education strategies include creating a designated study area, establishing a routine, setting clear learning goals, and utilizing online resources for educational purposes. The philosophical underpinnings of homeschooling education are grounded in the belief that students' success is not solely measured by academic achievements, but also by their overall well-being. Homeschooling education emphasizes the integration of academic and co-curricular experiences to promote student learning and development. Now, all of these things can bring challenges for all of us teachers, students, and school leaders. Challenges in homeschooling education may include maintaining student motivation, addressing technological barriers, and ensuring effective communication between parents as their teachers and educators. Teachers, students, and school leaders must adapt to the evolving needs and challenges of homeschooling education, including mental health support and career readiness. In conclusion, the philosophy of student affairs and homeschooling education share a common goal of promoting holistic student development by providing students with a supportive and structured learning environment, fostering independent learning skills, and promoting a very strong partnership between parents as the teacher, educators, and the students. We can empower students to thrive academically and personally. So let's all take all these challenges so that we would be able to achieve in our goal and in our vision in this field of profession. So with that, thank you so much for your attention and listening skills. And these are to share with you some of the sources or references of this information. And again, thank you so much and good evening.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Helen Lopez from St. Patrick's School of Quezon City for sharing with us your role and the practices of St. Patrick's School's student affairs, and most especially the new program of home education. I think it's a very unique program, especially for the diverse students that we have, that we are able to give them, another program for our dear students. So thank you very much, Mrs. Helen Lopez from St. Patrick's School of Quezon City in the Philippines. Let's all give Mrs. Helen Lopez a heart reaction, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, we would now move on to our next presentation. So as wait, let me just check our next presenter. Okay, is supposed to be Miss Karina Suchdea from Romania, but we haven't seen her yet. But yeah, while waiting for her, I'll be presenting, and then later on after my presentation will be the presentation of Mr. Angel Mata from the Philippines, followed by Ms. Rio Bautista, and later on we'll have Dr. Rania Lambu from Greece. Okay. Let me just share my slide. Okay, so it's now my turn to present. So good evening, everyone. I'd like to present a very up-to-date presentation, which is all about the future-ready education, meeting the challenges revealed by the Philippines PISA 2022 results. And hopefully, we'll be able to learn from this one, from our dear parents, especially our students, and to our dear teachers, the school administrators, and the rest of the educators. Now, so we talk about the future-ready education. First, I'd like to be able to unpack the so-called challenges of the recent PISA 2022 in the Philippines. And the Philippines joined this PISA, I think in the late, I think 2018, just very recently. And in the recently concluded PISA in 2022 assessments, the Philippines face a set of challenges that warrant a closer examination, especially for the educators who are present here and the teachers, that it's time to, do something. We need to wake up. We don't just present, or we don't just create conferences, but we have to do something. And this PISA, or the Program for International Student Assessment, it's a global initiative that evaluates the academic performance of 15-year-old students in various countries. And many of our colleagues who are present here from New Zealand, from Japan, from Greece, and the other parts of the world ranked very well in this program for international student assessment. Now, the results of PISA 2022 shed light on both the strengths and the weaknesses of Philippine education system, and providing valuable insights for informed reform and enhancement. And the objectives is to be able to give you a very comprehensive understanding of the 2022 findings, delve into the specific findings of PISA to comprehend the areas where the Philippine students excelled and where improvement is needed, and to identify the root causes of the challenges highlighted by PISA 2022. I think my 15 minutes will not be enough to thoroughly dissect and to be able to present, hopefully, a better explanation of the many root causes and why the Philippines rank this way. And the third one is to formulate target interventions and strategies to address the identified challenges and elevate the overall quality of education in the Philippines. So there are focus areas for future-ready education. Now, Philippine schools must be able to think about the future. First, in terms of the curriculum enhancement. Schools, be it private or public schools, must evaluate and enhance the curriculum, which is a complex matter, to ensure it aligns with the global educational standards and addresses the specific needs of Filipino students. Now, by the global standards, we mean that we need to be able to do a lot of collaborations. We need to be able to understand what the other countries are doing. We need teacher professional development. We need to implement a robust teacher training programs to equip educators with the skills, knowledge necessary for delivering high quality and future-ready education. And the other area of for the future-ready education would be the technological integration. And we have heard from Dr. Siham of the gamification, which is very evident now with many schools from different parts of the world. They have been doing it. Technological integration would mean to explore innovative ways to integrate technology into our learning processes, fostering digital literacy, and preparing students for the demands of the 21st century. And sometimes things that students do, for example, in robotics, in the robotic subjects, in their computer, the coding, some might not be able to understand that it is an actual preparation for the demands of the 21st century. We have the student-centric approaches, meaning we have to be learner-centered. The learner-centeredness philosophy is not something new, but has been there for a long time, which would mean encouraging critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity, which I think Assistant Superintendent Dr. Adolf Aguilar made mention earlier in his remarks to everyone. And of course, the stakeholder collaboration. We have to foster collaboration amongst educators. Okay? Sometimes I feel a little bit bad with some educators that they do not like to collaborate. Maybe because of some hidden agenda, but the world now means that we need to do more of this collaboration with policymakers, from the government, from our community, from the parents, to create really a cohesive and supportive educational ecosystem. Now, when we tried to unveil the PISA 2022 rankings in the Philippines, this is some sort of a summary rankings in the science, math, and reading. And the PISA 2022 rankings for the Philippines provide a comprehensive snapshot of the country's standing in key educational domains. According to the results, the Philippines ranked 78 out of 80 in science, and 75 out of 80 in math, and 75 out of 80 in reading. And these rankings offer a benchmark for understanding the performance of Philippine students compared to their global counterparts, as stated in the OECD of the 2022 results. So you can see here the actual rankings, okay, in science, reading, and mathematics. And you can see also here the different rankings of each country, particularly in some of the Asian countries. And noticeable here, Teacher Jonah of Japan is here with us. I think Japan is doing very well in mathematics, reading, and science. And of course, Singapore is there. Okay? And this is quite interesting for all of us. Now, we need to identify the key issues and challenges. Number one is the mathematics performance gap. And this is one notable challenge highlighted in the PISA 2022, results in the existing gap in mathematics performance. The schools and even teachers must be able to take a look at the curriculum. Okay? It doesn't mean that if you have 2 math subjects, doesn't mean that you are doing it right in your curriculum. The rankings indicate a lower proficiency in math compared to science and reading. And this poses a concern for the overall mathematical literacy of Filipino students and warrants further investigation into the root causes of this gap. And I encourage the mathematics teachers of not only of St. Patrick's School of Quezon City in the Philippines, but the rest of the mathematics teachers to take a look at this really very disturbing results on how we are able to help our students. Second is the reading comprehension challenges. In the PISA 2022 results, they also underscore challenges in the reading comprehension. The rankings reveal a need for targeted interventions to enhance reading skills among the students. In St. Patrick's School, we started the storytelling sessions with our preschool up to the grade school. It's one way to be able to improve. No? But some parents may not seem to understand that a simple storytelling session would mean a lot to the students. And we need to do more of the storytelling sessions so as our students will be able to hopefully or help them in the reading comprehension. And of course, there are other reading comprehension programs that we may be able to consider as well. Now, this includes a focus on improving language proficiency, comprehension strategies, and fostering a culture, again, fostering a culture of reading. And the last is with science engagement and application. While the Philippines has shown competency in science, there is room for improvement in the practical application of scientific knowledge. In the senior high school in the Philippines, some of the students would eventually choose a science-related strand or program, but not all of them are ready and prepared for the so-called STEM strand or program. The rankings indicate that students might benefit from more hands-on and experiential learning approaches to strengthen their ability to apply the scientific concepts in real-world scenarios. And that's why the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals related programs are very important in the application of this so-called real scientific concepts of real-world scenarios that can help our students. Joining UN-related collaborations with other countries in the community will eventually help students. Now, there are policy implications and interventions that we have to consider. The PISA rankings serve as a call to action for educational policymakers in the Philippines. And that's why they've met up, they talked about this one, the Department of Education raised this concern and has created the Matatag curriculum, or strengthening the Philippine curriculum. And hopefully this would help out. And even our policymakers, they have looked at the PISA results, and hopefully will be able to do laws that would help our dear students. Identify the challenges, necessitate target intervention and policy adjustments to address the specific needs of students in each domain. Okay? I've heard that in the next school year, the Department of Education will now be able to focus on every Friday would mean a catch-up day for public school students. So a day that would mean that students need to read and need to catch up with the learnings that was lost during the pandemic. This may also include the curriculum enhancements, teacher training programs, and the integration of innovative teaching methodologies to improve the overall educational outcomes. And of course, we need a stakeholder collaboration. We have to address the challenges unveiled by the PISA 2022 rankings, and it requires a collaborative effort. You know, sometimes it's sometimes tiring, no, when you do collaborations, especially when some teachers don't seem to agree with it, okay? And some students see it as something as a burden. Well, in fact, later on, it will be able to help them out. So it would involve the teachers, the educators, the policymakers, most especially the parents and the community. And we have to engage the stakeholders in a collective dialogue to understand and address the underlying issues will be crucial for implementing effective and sustainable solutions. Now, the PISA rankings provide valuable insights into the strengths and the challenges of the Philippine education system. And understanding these rankings is essential for formulating an evidence-based strategies to improve the quality of education and ensure the future readiness of Filipino students. And we have to unravel the insights and made this qualitative research or questions. How do private schools enhance? I can only do so much in terms of the private schools, but for the public schools, it would be the government's initiative. So how do private schools enhance students' readiness in science, numeracy, and reading comprehension? And what challenges do students and teachers face in the learning process based on PISA 2022 rankings? And what effective methodologies are employed by private school teachers to address PISA-related challenges? So in the first question, and how do private schools enhance students' readiness in science, numeracy, reading, and comprehension? Okay. So first is innovative teaching methods. So in private schools, readiness is fostered through innovative teaching methods that go beyond the traditional approaches. Okay? Again, we go beyond the traditional approaches because of the diversity of the students that we have. An exemplar in this domain is the implementation of the project-based learning. This PBL is not something new, but this has been done already by many students in different parts of the world. And this would engage students in real-world hands-on projects that would encourage collaboration, critical thinking, and even problem-solving skills. The second is, of course, the integration of technology. Private schools are at the forefront of technological integration and the use of this interactive multimedia and softwares and applications and the virtual platforms. This not only aligns with the preferences of the tech-savvy generation, but also cultivates the digital literacy, which is very crucial in the modern world. according to Babel and Dara in 2010. And the last is enhancing readiness in the private schools, particularly specialized training programs for teachers. One of the problems of private school teachers is that they see training programs as something like a burden to them. And that's why some of the teachers do not attend professional development related training programs in collaboration. Okay? And it would later on show on how teachers are able to communicate with students and parents because of the lack of or not being able to be part of training programs like collaborations being given to them. We have to recognize the role of educators. The private schools invest in specialized training programs to equip teachers with the pedagogical skills and the knowledge needed for the evolving educational landscape. And programs such as the innovative methodologies and even going back to basics in terms of the creation of examination or test papers. There are standards that need to be followed. Okay? Noticeable that some teachers need to be able to review standards and test or examination questionnaires, or in the art of creating examinations. Now, the continuous professional development of teachers would ensure that they stay abreast of the latest educational trends and can adopt their teaching methods accordingly. And what challenges the students and teachers face in the learning process based on the PISA 2022 rankings? So there are identified issues such as the lack of resources, the teaching methodologies, and even the student engagement. So the PISA results for the Philippines unveiled critical challenges that demand immediate attention. And among these challenges are the lack, again, of the resources, sub-optional teaching methodologies, and the notable issues pertaining to student engagement. And the last is what effective methodologies are employed by private school teachers to address the PISA-related challenges. We have the effective teaching methodologies in private schools. So private schools are often at the forefront of adopting innovative teaching methodologies to enhance the learning experience. And the investigation into effective teaching methodologies in private schools revealed a concerted effort to prioritize student engagement, leverage on technology, and invest in continuous professional development for teachers. Of course, the proposed solutions for meeting the challenges revealed by the PISA results would be increasing funding, professional development for teachers, and student-centered approaches. Now, addressing the challenges identified by the PISA 2022 necessitates a comprehensive set of solutions aimed at augmenting resources, refining the teaching methodologies, and enhancing student engagement. So in terms of increased funding, particularly for the public schools, and even subsidies for the private schools, a fundamental solution involves channeling increased funding towards education. And this includes investments in updated learning materials, technology infrastructure, and overall school facilities. And an adequate funding empowers educational institutions to provide a conducive learning environment. And of course, let's not forget the professional development for teachers. Robust professional development programs for teachers are paramount. Continuous training ensures educators are well-versed in modern teaching methodologies, allowing them to adapt to the evolving needs of students and the education sector. And the student-centered approaches. Implementing these approaches would involve fostering a learning environment where our students actively participates in the learning process, incorporating interactive lessons, group activities, and project-based learning cultivates a sense of ownership over one's education. So in conclusion, addressing the identified challenges from PISA 2022 requires a multifaceted approach encompassing increasing funding, teacher professional development, and the adoption of the student-centered approaches. Now, these solutions collectively contribute to an enriched, effective educational experiences in the Philippines. And hopefully, the solutions would hopefully help Philippine schools, be it from private or public schools. So it's a very short perspectives on how Philippine schools have to be future ready, have to be future ready to meet the challenges revealed by the PISA 2022 results. Okay, so I think that ends my presentation. Now, before we call in Angel Mata from the Philippines, I think Dr. Rania Lampu is already ready. Dr. Rania, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, I'm ready.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome an international speaker, also a teacher, and also one of the global advisor and friend of St. Patrick's School of Quezon City in the Philippines. Friends, educators, teachers, and students, let's all welcome Dr. Rania Lampu from Greece. Dr. Rania, the floor is yours.
Well, greetings from Greece, from Greek Ministry of Education to all of you. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous Happy New Year 2024. Thank you so much, Dr. Derry, for your kind invitation. And if you allow me, I would like to comment something on your presentation. Your presentation was actually very insightful, and we were discussing recently here the results at the Greek Ministry of Education about these disappointing results, because 81 countries participated, and read that after the COVID pandemic, especially, students worldwide showed lower performances and alarming results in reading, in writing, in mathematics, and scientific skills. And I want to tell you here something. In Greece also, we had a very disappointing results. To tell you honestly, what is happening with the case of Sweden? Sweden is a tech-savvy country. It's one of the countries who first introduced the technology in the classroom. Now, during the summer, they announced that they have already removed technology from preschool, and they have reduced also smartphones and tablets in the classroom. Why? Because they have noticed that during this pilot period, students have lost completely the handwriting skills, the mathematical skills, and reading skills.
Wow.
And yes, it was a bomb for the European Union in a period where the European Union funds over 2 billion for AI, artificial intelligence in schools. So there is a big problematic situation here. All European countries are wondering if we have actually overestimated the role of technology. Today, we're talking a lot about virtual reality, augmented reality, but I think that this is not something that, I'm a STEM instructor. I promote the technology robotics, but I don't think that this will actually help and will promote the traditional skills. Technology, of course, it's important, but it should be complementary. What happened in Sweden was that they completely excluded traditional books, and now they return to old books, because old books and textbooks have another magic. So this was a comment from me. Thank you very much for showing good these results, because this has nothing to do with Philippines. The same happens in Greece, and in general, I said before, students worldwide showed lower results. And for most experts, technology is the main cause the overestimation of technology. Okay, so today I have decided to talk about a very urgent topic and at the same time very sensitive issue. The education of refugee children, especially for children in Greece, given the context of the war and the humanitarian crisis we're experiencing nowadays. In the past decade, the global refugee crisis has more than doubled, and the global displacement crisis is huge. Greece is a country which hosts a great number of refugees in all the last years, and the truth is that the majority of societies are multicultural. The truth is that teachers are not very well trained to handle all these situations, and the whole society, the local communities are not ready to help them fully integrated into the society and the educational system. So what is next? How we can build, in the spirit of what Dr. Helen presented beautifully today, how we can build inclusive education systems and effective integration models for refugees. So if you allow me, I will share my presentation.
It's visible.
Okay, thank you. So while displacement is not a new phenomenon, the scale of the current crisis is unprecedented. Right now, more than 150 million people worldwide have been forced to flee their homes. And all this, of course, is due to conflict, persecution, human rights violation. All these refugees and migrants are ordinary people who have been forced to cross boundaries and borders in search of safety for their families. So we're dealing, they say that we're dealing with the highest number of forcibly displaced people since the Second World War. And the evident causes are violence, political persecution, human rights abuses, environmental disasters such as climate change. So all these refugees struggle really to receive adequate assistance and remain in a precarious situation for years, even decades. If we would try to search for a definition about refugees, refugee is someone who, due to well-founded fear of being persecuted for reasons of race, nationality, membership of a particular social group, or political opinion, sets out the country of nationality. If we want to define migrants, there is no universally accepted definition of migrants, but we could say that it's any person who changes his or her country of usual residence. And this includes people who are moving or who have moved across the international border regardless of legal status. So if we can see here a shocking facts, key facts that more than 1 billion people are on the move globally. The number of people on the move is expected to grow due to poverty, to lack of security, to lack of access to basic services. Usually this political economic exclusion can result in poverty, homelessness, exploitation. We know that this is a vicious cycle. And not to mention, to make the matters worse, the COVID pandemic has actually exacerbated all the previous inequalities in many countries. And of course, the most vulnerable groups, such as refugees and migrants, are those who suffered most. So refugees and migrants are a diverse group of people who have a variety of health needs. They may have, of course, problems with physical health, with no communicable diseases. Many children, for instance, here, refugee children are suffering from mental health disorders because of traumatic and stressful experience. You know, they say all the research data show that how children who experience the war, they cannot be fully integrated in the education system for 5-6 years. So they're suffering a lot from post-traumatic stress. And of course, their performances, academic performances, school performances are very low because of their exposure to war conflict zones. So we're talking about very serious issues, apart, of course, for the problems of unemployment, of income, of education, and housing. They are the most vulnerable members of the society because they often have to do with xenophobia, with discrimination, with biases. Of course, this has it's more visible for people with disabilities. So we could say that refugees and migrants are those who were affected more from lockdown and the COVID pandemic, who have experienced legal and social insecurity caused by all this postponement of decisions on migration status. And they have, of course, an increased risk of infection and death because they have limited tools to protect themselves. So the number of refugees were already, of course, at a record high even before Ukraine. 85% of refugees are hosted in developing countries, and the most urgent refugee crisis around the world is in Syria, Ukraine, Afghanistan, South Sudan, Somalia, Yemen. Yemen, they are experiencing there the worst humanitarian crisis in the world with global hunger. Of course, organizations like Oxfam are trying to help. Actually, they try to help displaced people with their immediate basic needs for clean water, for shelter, for food and work, to advocate for the long-term well-being, both in their nations and in the countries which host them. They're doing a great work in collaboration with organizations and governments. So now, what about the education system and how multicultural societies can help these vulnerable groups? You know that when we talk about education, education is the instrument of social integration, first of all, and a means through which we can construct identity. Access to information and knowledge influences, of course, access to employment, to socioeconomic integration and development. But at the same time, education is also a tool through which identity, perceptions, and understandings, real or imagined, are developed. So the way that the dominant cultural majority frames the educational system and the values that it propagates through schooling, curriculum, methods, expresses and defines perceptions of own identity and understandings of the other. Just as it can be inclusive in the vehicle through which we can promote principles of social cohesion, of solidarity, of equality, it can equally at the same time propagate prejudice, stereotypes, perceptions of cultural confrontation, superiority or discrimination. Therefore, the challenge now for a heterogeneous society is to meet raised expectations for educational policies. We need educational policies that are culturally sensitive, that enhance educational, socialization, personal development opportunities for students of all communities. In other terms, educational policies which are able to respond to the needs of the entire student population. One of the main challenges that the Greek government has been facing many years now is the integration of the Greek society of all recently arrived refugees and migrants, especially from Ukraine. So faced with all this increasing and changing diversity as a result of immigration, Greek society and the state have been called to respond, to adapt and formulate adequate policies through which we can manage this transformation. Of course, the majority of migrant children live in low and middle income countries, usually slums and overcrowded camps, settlements, reception centers, where they lack, of course, adequate access to health services, to clean water and sanitation. Over 100,000 refugees and asylum seekers live in Greece. Over 60% of refugees are under the age of 30, and more than 5,000 are unaccompanied minors. Many of them they are living in the Greek islands, and the refugee crisis actually in the Greek Aegean Islands has reached an untenable situation, which requires urgent action by the Greek authorities and the international community. Because the future of these children is precarious, their daily reality is harsh, is extremely difficult, especially for the most vulnerable women, children, and unaccompanied minors. And the COVID pandemic threatened also to make the matters worse. Know that since the start also of the armed conflict in the territory of Ukraine in February 2022, thousands of refugees entered Greece seeking residency and civil protection. In May 2023, the number of Ukrainian refugees in Greece was 27,000 in total. Among them, 7,000 approximately children. If we talk about now the most recent war between Israel and Palestinians account for 22% of illegal entries to Greece, followed by Afghan, Somalis, and Syrians. And migration pressures, of course, increased significantly since growing violence after Hamas attack in Gaza leads to protracted conflict. So what we have done, we see that the education sector is probably one of the most sensitive and politically charged areas of public policy because of its defining role in identity formation, national cohesion, and national consciousness. So it is equally one of the most important sectors in socioeconomic terms since it defines access to job market for personal economic development. So against this background, the core question should be how has intercultural education be designed in Greece in response to growing immigration? First, we have the National Protection Act, which actually frames education as a right and obligation on children seeking asylum in Greece, adding that children that do not enroll or attend classes because they do not wish to join the education system shall face reduction of material reception conditions, while parents shall face the same sanctions applicable to Greek citizens. However, it was in 2016 we have a great reform by the Greek Ministry of Education on this topic because the Ministry of Education took tangible measures with a view to systematically including refugee children in the national education systems. Specific framework drawn through a combination of all the new legislation and regulations in the form of joint ministerial decisions. So what is the structure now for refugee children contains three characteristics: kindergarten, inside reception identification centers, and mainland camps. We have reception facilities for refugee education, which actually function in the afternoon, and installations of primary, secondary public schools. We have reception classes within the framework of educational priority zones, what we call, for children who lack the necessary Greek language skills to fully integrate in the education system without additional support. And of course, we have appointed refugee education coordinators. So in 2016 was a great reform for Greece because we have established reception educational programs for for children up to 15 years old to either stay in refugee accommodation centers or other types of accommodation. We said that the COVID pandemic was led to record levels of exclusion of refugee children from the Greek system of education. However, in 2022, more children enrolled. However, only 75% were actually attending school, highlighting a concerning degree of dropouts. Why? Because there are so many, challenges. Of course, during the lockdown, there was a lack of necessary technical infrastructure for online learning at the camps, a lack of transportation, understaffing of reception classes, and negativity, the reluctance by some local communities, as well as refugee families, that there were many parents who didn't want for their children didn't allow children to go to school, especially girls. Of course, the reactions of the local community. So many children have been unable to attend school, and some of them they will never manage to enroll. So we're talking about the high levels of dropout. The challenges have to do also with teachers who just are often employed part-time or for a few hours. They cannot afford to relocate far from the home. The number of local teachers also remains insufficient. And the means to transport children also sometimes may be unavailable or insufficient. So the deficiencies in implementation of the system has to do with risks of dropout, of barriers in the asylum procedure, interrupted living, medical examinations, vaccinations, movement restrictions, and inaccessible remote learning. Now, we want to explore these challenges for the new educational structure, but we need to take into consideration if we want to design effective, inclusive systems for these vulnerable groups. I think perhaps the most important, the most pressing issue involves the communication between teachers and refugee children, especially when very young children are concerned. Knowledge of the English language should not be taken for granted. This means, of course, communication problems and therefore difficulties in transferring knowledge. A considerable number, also great number of refugee children have not attended schools for several years since some home countries are at war and everyday routines, including education, were interrupted long ago. And of course, as I said before, there's a case of some children due to special circumstances in their home countries. Although they are of school age, they have never attended school. This means that the integration of such children in the education system is a big challenge. Not to mention that there are no textbooks, no books and teaching materials suitable for the needs and the age and the interest of these children, and of course, no technology, because technological digital aids would be very useful in this specific case. Teaching vacancies mentioned before, because of the number of there are part-time usually teaching staff, which is not sufficient, and the wage of part-time substitute teachers is too low to enable them to lead a decent life and to go because they are appointed to areas away from their home. So the number of children who attend to reception classes is not stable, of course, and this leads to the case when children usually quit school and other miss class. So the school attachment, we could say, is pretty loose and might create additional problems when the time comes for these children to integrate in the formal education system. And especially talk about refugee children over 15 years of age are those who are more in danger of finding themselves marginalized, since they shouldn't have to integrate in the labor market without any qualification. Local communities are often also misinformed about the refugee crisis. Some are afraid that the refugee children carry diseases, while in practice they are vaccinated before they're sent to school. All these challenges we need to be taken into consideration. Refugee parents, what are the recommendations and ideas for interventions? First, the refugee parents should be persuaded to allow their children to participate in education, whatever form it takes. These reception classes should expand further in order to include also hotspots and islands. I talked before about the refugee crisis in Greek Aegean Islands. Of course, efforts to integrate young children below 5 years old should be reinforced. At the same time, it would be very useful to speed up the integration of refugee children into the local student population, and a wide publicity campaign regarding refugee health issues is very useful. The Greek state could organize and operate also reception classes in French, German, or other language, because this could have two main effects. Refugees would reach the destination country being better prepared, and it would take less time to integrate them, the first one. And the second one, many jobs could open up in Greece at the time when they're needed most, as it is obvious from the high unemployment rates. Of course, there would be important benefits from increasing information about the whole process through the collection and processes of data. So we need more data to monitor and evaluate. It is very important if we talk about the number, because there are many illegal entries. We don't know exactly how many refugees and migrants we have in our country, because there are many legal entries. So, the ministry should ensure smooth and uninterrupted access of children to the public education. Segregation of education system should be prevented, and public health measures should be non discriminatory. Recently, what happened with this our education action plan for Ukraine refugee students. In March 2022, the Greek Ministry of Education initiated the establishment of a European task force with the aim of establishing access to knowledge, communication, education for Ukrainian students. So what we did, we created a new digital platform which had two main functions. First of all, to register the requests from the Ukrainian education community. We have documented their needs for equipment, for training materials and technical assistance. The first function is this, and the second function has to do with the setting up a mechanism that addresses the educational needs of Ukrainian students in cooperation with business sectors, with civil society organizations, as well as international organizations with a similar know-how. At the same time, we collaborated with the Institute of Educational Policy through in-class workshops and educational activities. Very important, we have developed bilingual handbooks with information on how to register in the Greek education system and the protocols for the prevention and treatment of the coronavirus pandemic. And we have developed also other useful manuals available online, guide for Greek education, contact information for school enrollment, and dictionaries. We have provided intensive Greek language learning programs, interception classes and Greek language classes. This way, Ukrainian students could be integrated in regular classes to attend courses in which language communication is not the primary vehicle for understanding. So, at the same time, we have implemented teacher training programs, adding extra modules on intercultural education to support teachers who work with refugee migrant children. We have created also a multilingual support guide for teachers. And we have provided training courses for including also psychologists and social workers, which are very, very important, since I said before that the students suffering from mental health disorders. We collaborate with UNICEF and other non-governmental organizations like Metadrasy for median interventions. And the Ministry of Migration developed online multilingual tools to facilitate the entrance of Ukrainian refugees in Greece, their first accommodation, their integration to school, and they provided online services with information, provision of temporary protection and to material facilities and hospitality. The Ministry of Labour, Agriculture and Tourism took responsibility of recording the needs of the Greek labour market for seasonal permanent staff. The outcome of this initiative has been a registry with open job positions and employment opportunities for displaced Ukrainian available online. Of course, we collaborate with non-governmental organizations before, such as UNICEF, Metadrasy, ELIX. And before concluding, I want to say that education, of course, education will not address all the needs of these extremely vulnerable children and youth. But it is essential, a missing component to help them survive the unacceptable humanitarian conditions that they are living in today, to begin to heal and build a better future for them. So I believe that the issue of education of students with different linguistic and cultural background is not something that involves only the students who differ culturally and linguistically from the majority. Instead, it is something that concerns the whole of education, both at the micro level as a social institution, at the micro level of the classroom. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a happy new year also.
Wow, thank you very much, Rania Lampu from Greece, and the Greek refugees presentation provided very valuable insights into the challenges faced by displaced individuals, really highlighting the need for international collaboration and the humanitarian efforts to address their plight. So thank you very much, Rania, for...
Yes, because there are many countries now who are hosting refugees from war zones, not only Greece. International collaboration is important in order to exchange ideas for interventions and accommodations. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, and
As I said
hopefully,
before, teachers are not we're not trained, we're not prepared to handle these situations. So we need more training, and the general multicultural classrooms need a special professional development training. Thank you very much.
thank you very much for letting us be aware of important the importance of help for refugees, not only from Greece, but countries with conflict. That all of us need to be able to help each other, really, to help these displaced children and continue their education. Thank you very much, Rania. Can we all give Dr. Rania a heart reaction, everyone? Thank you very much. Okay, we will now proceed with our next presentation. Let me just share the slide. Okay, our next presenter is Mr. Angel Timata Jr. He is a robotics and computer teacher at St. Patrick's School of Quezon City in the Philippines. So would like to hear his presentation. Wait, we can't hear him. Mhm. Okay,
Here's the objective of my presentation. Explore how technology can be effectively integrated into educational settings to enhance learning outcomes, improve accessibility, and provide new avenues for educational content delivery. Second, City, the title of my presentation is Integration of Technology in Education. Here's the objective of my presentation. Explore how technology can be effectively integrated into educational settings to enhance learning outcomes, improve accessibility, and provide new avenues for educational content delivery. Second, to understand the concept of CAHAS in education. And last, to identify the issues and challenges in the implementation of technology in educational institution. Technology integration for educational excellence. Ed technology is the field of study that investigates the process of analyzing, designing, developing, implementing, and evaluating the instructional environment, learning materials, learners, and the learning process in order to improve teaching and learning. Modern information and communication technology has made the world a global village. Student-centered. Technology has upgraded the traditional classroom setup with the help of teachers, can build the classroom more dynamic and make the lessons more enjoyable for the students. Now, the concept of digital and smart classroom is gaining popularity. Technology can facilitate a shift in students' learning, and it implies a move from teacher-centered to student-centered learning. It helps the students learning from reproducing knowledge conveyed by others to constructing knowledge themselves. A digital classroom is an advanced form of a school that follows different ways of teaching to improve efficiency. Technology is also part of our lives. Technology has revolutionized our lives, empowering us with instant access to information, seamless communication, and boundless possibilities. Advance brings us closer to a future of endless innovation and convenience. Information and communication technologies are developing at a very fast rate. Modern information and communication technology has made the world a global village. There is no area that has not been influenced by digital phenomenon. Education is one of them. Now, I will introduce to you the CAHAS in education. K stands for knowledge, A for ability, H for habit, A for attitude, and S for skills. Knowledge retention, students become more engaged in their work when the teachers integrate technology in the classroom. It enhances learning in multiple ways. Technology helps the teachers to make the classroom more engaging and teach the lessons in an interesting way. Students also learn better, leading to knowledge retention. Ability. Students are able to collaborate with peers using digital platforms, explores creativity through technological features, engage in higher order thinking process, participate in inquiry-based learning, synthesize information from multiple sources, and establish a sense of online social presence. Habit. Will Durant famously said, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, it is not an act, but a habit. The habits instilled in them become the backbone of their identity and provide the structure for how our students will navigate their adult life. Attitude. ICTs can stimulate, motivate, and spark students' appetites for learning. Students are more engaged and hold their attention. Technology helps the students to feel confident and learn with pleasure and improves learning. Skills. Technology skills are all the abilities that help you interact with the digital world around you. Being technologically skilled refers to proficiency in digital or technical media. In this modern age, anyone who wishes to conduct their work efficiently should brush up on their technological knowledge. Here are the challenges and issues in ICT education. Number one is high cost. The most important challenges in successful integrating of technology in education is high cost. Due to high cost imposed on tools that the traditional face-to-face learning, it is really impossible to purchase the tools for implementation for ICT into education. Second is poor ICT infrastructure. It is also another important issues and challenges in successful implementation of technology in education. Infrastructure such as hardware, software, internet access, and similar other resources which are required to integrate technology in teaching and learning are not sufficient. Last, we have the lack of technical support. Another important issue in integrating technology in education is lack of technical support. Technical support are essential to be continued viability of ICT used for every learning institution. Due to lack of specialized skilled personnel, educational institutions fail to implement technology in education. There is also a lack of trained teachers to implement ICT in education. Teachers are not trained to use ICT in their teaching. Teachers need to acquire new skills to prepare the students with necessary skills required for the 21st century. Due to lack of any quality training, teachers are not comfortable to use ICT tools for making teaching and learning effective. Solutions and benefits. In the era of filled with technology, different perspective, and endless opportunities for both students and educational leaders, professional development has become an asset. Prior to going digital, education had become stagnant. It had always been about maintaining certain rules and curriculums. With the focus solely being on the teacher, there are three components in professional development. Number one, access. Second is training. And third is support. Together, these components are integral in modern education for building sustainability and longevity. Integrating digital tools in the classroom can improve the student's learning experience, which, while the list of benefits is endless, here are just 15 ways using the right technology can offer the best possible education experience for your students. 1. Provides insight into individualized learning. 2. Reflections and collaboration. 3. Builds technological skills essential for the future. 4. Develops accountability. 5. Access to unlimited resources. 6. Connected learning experiences. 7. Produces a more engaging and fun learning environment. 8. Builds socio-cultural perspective. 9. Constructivism. 10. Learning flexibility. 11. Ease of accessibility. 12. Enhanced learning and cognitive skills. 13. Better support for students with disability. 14. Improves communication between parents, students, teachers, and administrator. And lastly, 15, the student should also be provided training regarding with the basic knowledge of ICT. The training program is required not only to operate computer, but also to be familiarize them with the e-commerce, e-business, e-marketing, e-library, etc. as per modern needs. The application of technology is creating significant changes in teaching and learning at all levels. The use in the classroom is important for giving the students opportunities to learn and apply 21st century skill. Technology plays a great role in education. New and emerging technologies challenge the traditional process of teaching and learning and the way education is managed. The integration of ICT in education is important to improve the quality of education and make it more effective. This is only my presentation for today. God bless and goodbye, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Angel Mata from St. Patrick's School of Quezon City in the Philippines, for your presentation about the importance and relevance of educational technology for our teachers, our students, and for everyone. Okay, we'll now proceed with our next presenter. Our next presenter is an international and motivational speaker, and she is the executive director for the Global Education Network, and also one of the founder of Real Tao. Did I pronounce it right, Karina? Real Tao, also one of the global advisor for St. Patrick's School. Yes, we can hear you, Karina. Let's all welcome Karina Sujdea from Romania. Karina, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Reltau is good pronounced. My name is not good. Corina Shujda from Romania. Thank you so much. It's difficult even for Romanian people to pronounce my my name, not only for international. I'm very happy to be here. And again, sorry for being late, but finally I'm here with all of you. As always, when Dr. Dari invites me, this makes me really a very, very happy moment, because I just love whatever he is doing there, how he is leading the students on these platform Zoom in such of amazing conferences. Thank you, Dr. Dari, once again. So let me proceed with my presentation. If you can make me co-host or something, because I cannot share the screen now. Okay, now. Thank you. So as I said, today I will talk about how we can promote quality education in the schools. We know that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, United Nations, said, education liberates the intellect, unlocks the imagination, and is fundamental for self-respect. It is the key to prosperity and opens a world of opportunities, making it possible for each of us to contribute to a progressive, healthy society. Of course, there are a lot of learning benefits. The United Nations explains that goal number 4 of SDGs was a unique goal focused purely on education. This is the first time such of a standalone education goal has been set and ratified. Quality education ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning. But what actually means quality education? Some of people thinks that quality education is met by focusing only on literacy and numeracy. The SDGs said that education is a system designed to help all children reach their full potential and enter society as full and productive citizens. United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon set the SDGs process in motion in 2012 by declaring that every child must be in school and the quality of those schools must improve so that students are prepared to be productive citizens in the future in order to be good leaders of the future. The meaning of a quality education is one that is pedagogically and developmentally sound and educated the student in becoming active and productive members of society. But a quality education is not focusing only on learning, is not focusing only on the school. We start, of course, at 5 years old, maybe in some countries more earlier, but education is continuously for the rest of the life. A quality education is one that focused on the whole child in all the aspects, social, emotional, mental, physical, and also cognitive development, wherever he is in this world. Current education is not addressing the challenges laid down by the digital revolution because we are talking more and more about digital revolution nowadays from the pandemic period. A quality education is supported by 3 key pillars: ensuring access to quality teachers, providing use of quality learning tools and professional development, and the establishment of safe and supportive quality learning environments. The SDGs reflect a global consensus in our young century that education is a human right and, of course, is critical to the health and future of the world. How we can attain the goal of quality education? Well, there are some steps we have to follow. The process can start with ensuring the enrollment and attendance at the school of all the students. Significant progress is possible when countries prioritize the concept of learning for all. We can help to resolve the dire crisis of education in the developing countries, but also in undeveloped countries. Every stakeholders, and here we talk not only about the educators, but also governments, parents, even the students in education sector need to work together towards the implementation of those policies. The educational framework for action needs to be introduced strictly and to review the monitoring progress. Of course, there is an urgent need of educational reforms. I do believe in many of the countries across the world. And with a well-designed set of commitments and targets, coupled with effective education programs, can ensure the importance of achieving the equitable, high-quality education for all. The challenges facing education in the 21st century, because we have to think about that there are some challenges and we must overcome it. No universal agreement exists regarding to the challenges facing education in 21st 21st century. But they are being partially addressed by reports such as 2018 Higher Education Edition compiled by the US group NMC Horizon. This document describes a number of global objectives such as, for example, customizing education to adapt it to the needs and strengths of each pupil, training professionals who are at the same time members of the public, and of course, equip the students with the social and technical skills and tools demanded by the job market. How can this be achieved? The answer lies in innovation. Too much we are talking nowadays about innovation. Yes, this is the answer. Innovative approaches, innovative methods, and innovative formats. What we are talking about here, for example, artificial intelligence, gamification, study using games, and MOOC, massive open online courses, lifelong learning and business e-learning, and all the other possibilities that educational technology offers. There is a disruption and a disruptive innovations in education. All too little mention is made of artificial intelligence. Not many people are talking about, but nowadays more and more we are focusing on artificial intelligence. The truth is that projects in this area have been implemented over the last few years. One example of this is Capable, a startup company that has developed the first ever artificial intelligence systems that creates trainings, programs tailor-made to match the students' profiles. The idea came about as a result of the acknowledgement of two realities. The current education is now meeting the challenge laid down by the digital revolution, and that the majority of graduates enter the job markets without to be well prepared. The United Nations and the university's role is that is very important, the world to move at lightning speed that requires curious, flexible, and proactive people. This is the case of education, can not only apply to teachers and pupils, but also to institutions such as the universities. Universities are increasingly concentrating their efforts on the acquisitions of skills and abilities adapted to the new reality. We can talk here about multidisciplinary learning as well. The frontiers between disciplines no longer exist. I don't know if there is that concept, but in Romania for a few years, we are talking about integrated education. In this integration, we all together, parents, management team of the schools, educators, work together in order to prepare the students for the future. Statistics said that around 800 universities now have their own virtual areas for training, partnership, and they share knowledge purposes. We have also to think about how we can link our students to the job market. And yes, maybe you would not believe, but making competitiveness a priority is very important for the future. Disruptive education, but not disruptive students. The advances of the digital era have touched nearly every aspect of modern life. So many industries have been disrupted by new IT technologies to the point that they are almost unrecognizable. There are some challenges for the future. According to Scott McLeod, disruptive education doesn't have to disrupt the quest for quality education. In his role as a director of learning, teaching, and innovation for Prairie Lakes Area Education Agency, McLeod has come to understand the intersection between school leadership and digital learning technology. He said, most classroom teachers are integrating digital learning tools in ways that primarily replicate traditional analog pedagogies. The number of educators in any educational system that are using digital technologies and online environments in more transformative ways is low. So right now, we rarely see significant changes to the education ecosystem as a result of our technology investments. So in order to see more meaningful change in the educational space, McLeod believes that we need to do a better job of helping and resourcing school principals and superintendents. Also, he asserts that one of the most important aspects of the digital revolution is the power new technology has in connecting educators. He said, we see a growing number of educators realize that their best professional learning occurs when they venture out of their local geographically conscribed circle of practice into more informal, online, global communities of role-alike peers. In the words of the Delors Commission in UNESCO 1996, education is at the heart of both personal and community development. Its mission is to enable each of us, without exception, to develop all our talents to the full and to realize our creative potential, including responsibility for our own lives and achievements of our personal aims. We must make sure that a quality education is just that, an education that serves each child pedagogically and developmentally. An education that is inclusive and is structured to realize the potential of each child, regardless of location or economic status. So don't let the words change their meaning. A quality education is need for all of us. In conclusion, it's hard to overstate the impact that new technology has on our lives. Already, remote work has caused us to rethink ideas of the office as strictly physical space. Soon enough, the same technological tools may change the face of education. In fact, according to McLeod, it won't be long before both students and the parents being to realize learning doesn't have to happen at a specific geographic location, nor does it have to happen in same age cohorts who move at a fixed pace along a fixed path. The educational environment of the future may allow students and parents for more freedom and flexibility in choosing their educational paths. That's why we are here in this conference today, because education is the one which can be made not only in the classroom, between the four walls, but even in such of online conferences. Thank you, Dr. Dari, for invitation once again.
Wow, thank you very much, Karina from Romania. Let's all give Karina a heart reaction, everyone.
Thank you.
Excellent presentation. Thank you very much, Karina. Okay, we will now proceed with our next presenter. Our next presenter is a student. So we'll hear from a student. She will be presenting her actual completed research paper entitled Trustworthiness and Reliability Influence, a Student's Decision to Open Up to Friends over Family. So I think this is very good especially for the teachers here, the parents will be able to listen to the presentation of Eliza Encalado, who is a STEM student, grade 11 from St. Patrick's School of Quezon City in the Philippines. Eliza, the Zoom floor is yours. Eliza, you can unmute your microphone. Eliza, you don't have your PowerPoint? Hold on. We cannot hear you, Eliza.
Sir, I can share my PowerPoint.
You cannot. Wait. I'll make you co-host. Sorry. Okay, you can share now.
Good evening, everyone. I am Eliza Encaliado, and I am here to present to you my research entitled Trustworthiness and Reliability Influence, a Student's Decision to Open Up to Friends over Family. A little information about why I picked this topic is, as an individual who faces not only academic challenges, but also a family and life struggles, I want to explore whether it is just me who opens up to friends over family. If I am not alone, do other adolescents have the same reason as mine? I aim to gain a deeper understanding of the psychological aspect of opening up to others. Introduction. Friends can help model social engagement by offering emotional support, providing camaraderie, and listening to deep concerns. Rowling 2016. Trust, dependability, and who to confide in are extremely crucial in the complex structure of human interactions, especially when going through important life phases like being a teenager or young adult. These times often bring a new fun sense of freedom and a greater need for emotional support and advice. Through these phases, students struggle with deciding who to rely on and talk to about their feelings. This study is all about exploring why in certain situations, students prefer to share their insights with friends rather than family. As young individuals enter higher education, students frequently discover newfound independence and autonomy. This stage of life can alter how students see and manage social support networks, while family is still a significant aspect of their life. Friends are becoming increasingly important providers of emotional support, comprehension, and companionship. Friends provide us with a strong sense of companionship, mitigate feelings of loneliness, and contribute to our self-esteem and life satisfaction. Chopkin 2017. However, this study may focus on immediate decision to open up, but it not may delve into the long-term consequences of these choices. How do these decisions impact the quality and durability of relationship with both friends and family over time? Positive feedbacks and emotional support from peers are the most important building blocks of friendship closeness. Russell et al. 2019. While friends may be the go-to for everyday emotional support, family often remains the primary source of help during critical life events and emergencies. In such situation, family bond and reliability may become more apparent and vital. The aim of this study is to, first, gain a deeper understanding of the factors that lead students to choose friends over family when it comes to opening up and sharing personal matters. Second, analyze the role of trustworthiness and reliability in influencing these decisions. And third, explore the notions of this decision. The study will make use of ethnography approach. According to Spradley, 1972, ethnography is a succession of stages, each of which contributes to a better understanding of a specific cultural group or community. Spradley's approach to ethnographic research emphasized the necessity of rigorous data gathering, participants' observation, and cultural interpretation. It is a way for doing ethnographic investigations that is systematic and rigorous in order to better comprehend the complexities of other cultures. Methods. Research design. This research will use a qualitative ethnographic study. According to James Spradley revised book, The Ethnographic Interview 2016, ethnography involves the endeavor of depicting a culture with the objective of comprehending an alternative way of life from the perspective of the natives. It emphasizes learning from individuals rather than merely observing them. In this study, the researcher assumes the role of an ethnographer to gather insights from participants, especially junior and senior high school students at St. Patrick's School in Quezon City, with the aim of comprehending the phenomenon of confiding in friends rather than family members. Furthermore, this ethnographic study will serve as resource for obtaining a more profound understanding of the participants' viewpoints and choices regarding whom to confide in when it comes to sharing thoughts and feelings. These insights will leverage the develop new question and refine the initial questions stated in the research problem, building upon the perspectives and experience of the participants. Data collection method. In this research study, questionnaires will be employed as a data collection method to enable respondents to share their viewpoints at a time and location that suits their convenience. Data gathering procedure. The process of data gathering includes providing an open-ended questionnaires to the 10 chosen students at St. Patrick's School in Quezon City. This questionnaire comprises open-ended questions that have generated responses addressing the research queries. Upon collecting data from the selected participants, the information will be held with the utmost confidentiality. Results and discussion. Research question number 1. How do students perceive the trustworthiness of their friends compared to their family members when considering whom to confide in during times of personal challenges? Unraveling relationship dynamics and seeking support during challenges. Deciding whom to confide in can be a challenging task, especially when facing difficulties. Trust is increasingly difficult to bestow as determining whether a friend has been genuinely supportive from the beginning is a complex endeavor. It's a struggle to discern who the authentic individuals in one's life are, even among blood relatives. P1 to P4 and 6 similarly stated that when facing challenges, especially personal ones, individuals turn to their friends. According to P2, P3, P1, P4, and P5, Friends become trustworthy confidants because listening and offering the needs advice help them cope. Tito explains, when they listen to my problems and just let me vent, and they give me advice the con- after and comfort me. Tito also states that when they are there in times of when you need them. When I need them in those dark moments, I always run to them and they do appear and also share my pain. Additionally, P5 stated that the qualities I most appreciate are that they support me in ways since they can also relate in my situations. Furthermore, P4 emphasized that the most appreciated qualities in close friends are privacy and respect, which friends provide due to their open-mindedness and reliability as confidants. Research question number 2. What are the potential downsides or risks of students opening up to friends? The theme of this is understanding the potential downsides of students seeking support from friends. In the intricate history of friendship, the inclination to confide in others about personal feelings is a natural human impulse. Yet within this realm of openness, a stark reality emerged. Not all friends provide to be equally reliable or trustworthy confidants. The vulnerability associated with sharing one's innermost thoughts and feelings requires a delicate balance, as the depth of personal disclosure can advertently expose individuals to potential pitfalls. According to P4, not all friends are trustworthy for certain problems, that friends are temporarily unreplaceable in a way if not trustworthy. P4 also says that I believe that it's very inappropriate to be completely open with everyone in any given situations. Furthermore, P2 and P3 says that sometimes friends might not fully understand your background and perspectives, then can lead to potential misunderstanding. Among respondents, two different perspectives emerged. Moreover, one participant expressed a viewpoint highlighting the potential consequences of opening up to friends, suggesting that such disclosure could be used against oneself during conflicts or problems. Additionally, they noted that friends might offer immature advice compared to opening up to their family. In contrast, Peach's response differed significantly from P5's perspective. P3 stated that the chances of being judged are lower when confiding in friends, as they have a better understanding of the situation compared to opening up to family. Research question number 3. What extent do students believe their friends are more reliable source of support compared to their family members? The theme here is analysis of students' perceptions of support. In the integration of human dynamics, individuals and their support networks play a vital role in shaping one's emotional well-being. In the traditional narrative, family is often considered the bedrock of support, an unwavering pillar in times of need. However, contemporary social shifts, coupled with the transformative nature of the student's experience, introduce new dimensions to the concept of reliability in support systems. Almost all respondents expressed a conscious that they consider friends to be more reliable due to their availability, shared experience, or the ease of communication. According to participants P5, P3, and P1, students undergo similar situations, fostering common qualities that enables them to understand each other. Friendships, as highlighted by respondents, enrich our life in various ways by providing both practical and emotional support when needed. This aligns with the findings of Flex and Kemmel year 2014, who asserts that friends offer a strong sense of companionship and help alleviate feelings of loneliness. Furthermore, respondents emphasize feeling connected with their friends due to shared similarities in which terrain prevents them from feeling isolated in the face of life challenges. In support of this sentiment, participant 4 adds that friends are perceived as more reliable source as they are there to offer emotional and mental support. This collective believes in the importance of emotional and mental support from friends reflect a shared perspective among the respondents, highlighting the significant role that friendships play in contributing to both emotional and physical well-being. Discussion. The researcher participants provided valuable insights into the definition of opening up to friends over family. Trustworthiness and reliability play pivotal roles in shaping the dynamics of interpersonal relationships, particularly when it comes to students confiding in friends rather than family members. In the context of friendship, trust is often built on shared experience, the confidentiality, and sense of understanding. Friends are perceived as peers who can empathize with the challenges and pressures that comes with the student's experience. Social relationships like a person's friend circle are increasingly recognized as key determinants of health and behavior. Montgomery et al. 2020. When friends consistently demonstrate trustworthiness by keeping confidence and providing reliable source, students may feel more comfortable opening up to them with personal matters as they believe in vulnerabilities will be met with empathy and non-judgment. Reliability also contributes significantly to the preference for confiding in friends over family. Students may find that their peers are more readily available and accessible than family members who might be busy with their own commitments. Friends often navigate similar academics and social landscapes, may offer more immediate and reliable perspectives. The reliability of friends in terms of being constantly present and responsive can create a sense of security that encourages students to share their thoughts and feelings openly. Thus, it seems that the section of friends is more important for emerging adults while quality time with friends become more important throughout adulthood. Carmichael et al. 2015. Additionally, the peer-to-peer nature of friendships foster a unique atmosphere of trust that might be perceived differently than the hierarchical relationships within families. As friendship characterized as known to differ with age, Virus et al. 2016, the study investigated the influence of age on the relation between time characteristic and friendship. Students may feel less pressure to conform to familial expectations and norms when finding in friends, allowing for more authentic expression. This sense of freedom coupled with the trustworthiness and reliability of friends creates an environment conducive to open communication where feel students feel understood and supported by those who share similar experience and perspective. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eliza. Eliza, do you have your framework in the presentation?
No po.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation. Now, hopefully, we had an idea why our students would lean on to their friends, not to their family members. Thank you very much, Eliza, for the presentation. Okay. Let's all give Eliza a heart reaction, everyone. Thank you very much again, Eliza and Calado. Our next presenter is an international speaker also a teacher from St. Patrick's School in Malaysia. Let's all welcome our dear friend, an educator as well. I'd like to call Nirmala from Malaysia. Nirmala, the Zoom floor is yours. I'll make Nirmala a co-host.
Thank you so
There you
much,
go.
Dr. Derry. Good evening from Malaysia. Dr. Derry, can you hear me? All right. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Derry. I see my dear friend, Miss Corina here, and few other educators. Truly appreciate the invitation, Dr. Derry, and so nice of you having me in mind from Malaysia. Well, I'm going to start my presentation. So let me share the screen first. Hang on. Okay, so it's loading. Just hang on a minute. Okay, I would appreciate Dr. Derry can take some screenshots. Okay, I'll share screen. Dr. Derry, is my screen visible? Okay, so I'm it's full screen. All right. So I hope it is visible. If I'm not audible or my screen is not visible, please stop me in between, Dr. Derry. Well, I'm, as mentioned by Dr. Derry, I'm an educator, ESL educator from Malaysia. I've been teaching for 24 years in an elementary school. So I've been teaching English language, and my area of expertise is teaching listening, speaking, reading, writing, grammar, vocabulary, and all the components related to English language in an elementary school. And we use UK syllabus based on align with CFR alignment. All right, so let me move on. Okay, for me in the classroom, I want my students to have fun, joy, feel the joyness of learning. They should feel the happiness. They should be stress-free, anxiety-free. They should be more comfortable with the content that I'm teaching them. They should be motivated, and they should have the excitements and active participation in the classroom. My students, by the way, my students in elementary school, they are 7 to 12 years old students. However, I'm teaching students who are 11 to 12 years old. So today I'm going to talk about the technology that we might be useful for all of us, not only in elementary school, in kindergarten, but also in high school and also in tertiary education. So I'm going to talk about gamification in language learning, which is Minecraft in education. So I'm sure some of you educators, you have heard about Minecraft, and some of the students in your setting might be able to play Minecraft because it is something that the cup of tea for the students where they enjoy playing the games. But we are not looking at games as it per se, but we want to engage them in learning, okay, in this 21st century. Okay, so apart from Minecraft, I use some other tools. For example, I use Flipgrid, Kahoot, Buncee, presentation skills slides, Sway, storytelling slides, and also to keep the students' work in Padlet, engage them in using Padlet, upload their responses in Padlet, use Wakelet, almost similar to Padlet, but it has more features. And of course, to find information from them, their some kind of questionnaire. We can use forms, Google Forms, quizzes, in order to keep the documentation and engage the students in platform like Google Classroom. We can also use Microsoft Classroom, Microsoft Teams, PowerPoint presentation, Word document presentation, and more. And we also can engage them in code, hour of code as well. Okay, so when you talk about gamification, language learning, especially Minecraft, it is a 2011 sandbox game developed by Mahjong Studios. Okay, I'm just giving some introduction about it. It is actually a virtual sandbox where players can explore, create, and survive in the worlds. A sandbox game, meaning to say students can create their own worlds and experiences using building blocks, explore the world. Okay, it enhances creativity, critical thinking, communication, collaboration, problem solving, designing, and values in this 21st century learning. So it is very much applicable in this 21st century in years to come. All right, so when we talk about Minecraft, actually Minecraft helps students to find solutions for the problems or solving ability. They will get problem solving abilities to build a place to live, gather food, and craft tools to successfully create their worlds. Planning and discussions are very important in order to have the worlds created by the students. They can do individually, a pair work, or a group work as well. Okay, so actually Minecraft education, it prepares students for the future, building future-ready skills like creativity, problem solving, and system thinking, and nurturing a passion to play. So when the students are playing at home on their own, so it means that they have some motives like in order to get the fun, the joyfulness of playing the game. But when we talk about the classroom setting, you can create competitions or get your students to join competitions globally or locally in the district or in your country. We can, as teachers, we can create projects, either projects or PBL, in order for the students to get engaged in certain topics that we are teaching. So I'll come to what kind of projects we can engage shortly. Okay, so these are some of the challenges done in the country, in my country, in Malaysia, where Microsoft Malaysia, they collaborate with a few other partners with Ministry of Education, with Ministry of Education of Malaysia, where they create challenges for the students. So for example, these are some of the challenges being created, were created for the students in Malaysia from high school and also elementary school to join, for them to join these competitions, and prizes and certificates were given to students. Apart from that, many workshops have been they have carried out also, so that the students get first-hand information, they get the hands-on information in order to play Minecraft to get the hang of it before joining the competitions as well. Okay, so in Malaysia, all the educators, the whoever teaching government aided schools, so we have a platform called Digital Educational Learning Initiative Malaysia, which is called DELIMA, DELIMA, DELIMA. So it is an initiative by Ministry of Education prior to COVID, where we have 3 gigantic technologies embedded in this platform for free for students and educators to access. So where we have the technology of Google, Apple, and also Microsoft. So it is there, these technologies, we are the teachers, we are not competing in using which technology, which are the best and all that. All of the technology, they have the advanced technology tools where the teachers can mix and match which are the tools suitable for them. So due to that, I'm more into Microsoft, so I prefer to use Microsoft tools because I'm an Microsoft Innovative Educator expert. So I prefer to use Microsoft digital tools in order to engage my learners. So if you can see here, there are many digital tools where the educators and students can explore in order to use for free, only for schools, government aided schools. So in this, okay, I go back to the slide. So in this platform, if you can see, we have Microsoft technology. And in Microsoft technology, one of the elements the teachers can explore for free, if not mistaken, 10 times access free for educators and students, where Minecraft is one of the tools can be accessible for the students to build the worlds in order to complete the projects or the PBL. So in case the usage is very high in any of the schools, so we can consider purchasing the Minecraft license for unlimited usage. During COVID, Minecraft, they have given they gave offer for the schools around the globe at any levels to use Minecraft 6 months for free, unlimited access. Then after that, now the limitations are there. So due to that, if many of the students are using, so the school can opt to purchase the license actually through the school coordinator. Otherwise, 10 times is free. These are some of the resources where Microsoft, they have created the websites for teachers and students to explore, especially for either the educators, the parents, or the students to explore. So shortly, I'll be sharing more information. Minecraft is available either in Windows, Mac, Chromebook or Android, iPhone, and iPad. so it is easily accessible, and it is one of the digital tools that it's a must, I would say, to be explored in order for the students to get the engagement. So if you happen to try after the set, maybe when you're back to school, if you're teaching students of any levels, you can always give it a try. And I want to tell to some of the educators out there, if let's say you are not a gamification person, okay, you do not have to worry. There are many tutorials there in this website and also other resources where we'll be able to guide you how to play Minecraft in order to engage your learners. But then, if let's say you can't master how to play Minecraft, it is not a problem at all, because many students nowadays, they know how to play Minecraft. It's just that you have to initiate the steps in order for them to engage in this project, in any projects that you are planning, so that the students are not out of the topic. Otherwise, it's a very huge world, and the students tend to deviate from the scope if you didn't limit them to the scope, okay, of the topic that you intend asking them to do, create the worlds, okay. So it has immersive learning in limitless worlds, and it has for example, many you can explore many features and tutorials in this website. You can find 500 and more lessons, challenges, and curriculum. It supports STEMs, creativity, collaboration, and digital citizenship as well. So when you talk about Minecraft, as I mentioned earlier, it involves working together, teaching tools, safety features, tons of activities available for all learners, cross-platform to play. Okay. And then, okay, so as an elementary school teacher, I would like to share my experiences in how I engage my learners in using Minecraft. Okay, first of all, I will have to find out the content of what I'm going to ask my learners to focus on. Let's say I'm going to, during COVID, I did a project related to Minecraft, where the students created worlds where we were so isolated. A lot of new technology, a lot of new terms came in, where, words like sanitizer, hand wash, blah, blah, blah. Quite a number of new vocabularies emerged, during COVID. And we want to give awareness for the students how COVID was affecting us, and, it is still around us as well. So I asked my students, during pandemic to divide themselves in groups and then join the world together virtually in order to complete the project. So one of the topics that I asked them to do related to how to overcome COVID-19 from affecting us. And I divided the students into groups, either physically. Now I'm teaching face-to-face the classrooms. So due to that, either physically or physical face-to-face, or during COVID, I did virtually. And then they need to have discussions in groups. So when you're asking the students to have discussions in the group, right? So the students, actually, you need to give some kind of a poster, like, for example, let's say I'm asking my students to draw a portrait of, let's say, Prime Minister of Malaysia. So I might give them I can just search the image in one of the resources area, where I have to print out the pixel, and the students can have the full photo portrait of the Prime Minister, and then which are the codes, the colors and everything, what are the blocks they can use and all that they can discuss, okay? They have to discuss in groups, and then we as teachers need to check their ideas, and the students can start creating the worlds, okay? So for me, I don't give them time frame, like, for example, they have to complete within an hour or what. So I give them like a week time, or if it's PBL, it will take a longer time. As you know, PBL, we have a longer period of time, few weeks, in order for them to complete. Apart from Minecraft, there are other steps, other projects as well involved, from step 1 to step 2. Maybe Minecraft might be minute step, one of the steps that needed for that PBL. So if you're creating a project, Minecraft can be a project per se. And then the students have to do presentations virtually or in the classroom. And the marking will be, it might be, if let's say my focus is for classroom assessment, so I will just treat them project-based learning. So I will just give them the band skills where we have band 1 to band 6. So we try to give the students band 5 or band 6 because they are going to do presentations in English language. So it involves their listening, their speaking, and more other skills as well. Okay, so this is one of the examples that I've done is one of the topics available is celebrations. So I told my students, okay, Teachers Day celebration, so create a world. So the student managed to create a world that is related to appreciating the teachers, okay? So we have many other worlds as well. So I will try to go to the resources area for you to see. Let me see. I try to minimize the screen first. Wait, hang on. I try to minimize the screen. I will show the resources. Okay, so this is the page that I would like to show all of you, where here you have information related to educators, parents, IT admin, camps and clubs. You can later, I will give you the link, you can explore further. So here we have tutorials, how to start with Minecraft, download the starter kit, webinars and training, so available. And one more information is that if you go to Microsoft Learn, then you will find, you can search there under Minecraft, where you search for Minecraft, and you will find a few steps available. There are many resources also available there, courses and some courses available for Minecraft. You can take those courses in order for you to be competent in using Minecraft. But if you happen to wait for the right time to start using Minecraft, you might not have the right time. So you can just get information from your students. If let's say they are aware of Minecraft, you can just start off with a small project. Okay, so that will give you the hang of using Minecraft. So we have also our code in order for your students to join. We have licensing as well. Okay, but I'm just going to the educators part, one part of it. Okay, so you can get a lot of information, the short videos and tutorials, sample projects and lesson plans. So I'll just click on lesson plans. Okay, so when you talk about lesson plans, hundreds of lesson plans created by educators around the globe for different types of learners, inclusive learners as well. So you can get started with science, maths, or any other subjects that you are interested in, even SDGs related projects as well, which is, you know, which we are applying in our daily lives and also teaching the students, okay? Because taking actions for the environment is our shared responsibility. Okay, let's say I click on climate and sustainability. Okay, so here you can find a lot of information according to the advancement search. Okay, you can find using the search button whatever related topics that you are going to. So for example, the challenge here is be creative, a case for biodiversity, zero waste and green building. Okay, let's say I click on zero waste. So this is actually, okay. So you have the learning objectives, the extension information. Okay, so you can actually download this lesson plan, and you can edit the lesson plan according to your setting, because it might not be used 100% applicable in your classroom. So due to that, you can always do the changes. Okay, and they have extra information like WWF Food Waste Warrior Toolkit and all that. So perhaps you can explore further. Okay, so if you want to explore the lessons, you can always go to the lesson parts and explore. There are many videos available and a lot of information where you can get it. You can always get and use for your own classrooms. Okay, for me as an educator, I find remarkable achievements by my students where they really enjoy playing Minecraft, and it is stress-free, and they are into it, and they really love learning so many information related to the language teaching in order to engage them in whatever topics that I've already given them. Okay, so all this needs a lot of patience and also passion for the educators in order for them to engage the learners in Minecraft. Okay, let's see if this video is working. So it's just a 3 minutes video. So it is meant for public. So I would like to share this video for all of you to watch this for 3 minutes only, Dr. Derry. Hopefully it is.
So boys and girls, what we're going to do is now we're going to move in our teams into the SIA Minecraft world, and we're going to look into designing and building our own longboats. You have 30 seconds to get to where I'm at in the world.
I'm Michael O'Keehan. I'm the principal here in St Peter's and St Paul's, Fort Glen. We've got 46 absolutely fantastic children with a really good dedicated team who work to ensure that the children can be the best children that they can be. We've been really excited when Minecraft Education Edition came on the scene because it meant that in the classroom all the children could join the world and they could develop those essential learning skills like collaboration, creativity, critical thinking and problem solving.
SIA is the Council for Curriculum Examinations and Assessment here in Northern Ireland. When we learned that Minecraft Education Edition was available to schools, we thought there was an opportunity to bring some new and innovative pedagogy to the curriculum. Primary school teachers were telling us that they were struggling with making connections between history and science and technology.
The Minecraft Viking world is an authentic and immersive world where children become the Viking protagonists. They can build ships, they can build settlements, and they can even go on a Viking raid. Each of the quest challenges offer different learning experiences, from building settlements and ships, taking part in an archaeological reconstruction, to storyboarding their own Viking saga and crafting it in-game before capturing snapshots, video, to create their own digital story.
The great thing about the resources are that they are very much children-led. The teachers can facilitate in the classroom and the children can become leaders. They can decide how they're going to apply the use of the resources in their particular context. Using Minecraft Education Edition, the children are communicating all the time. They're communicating digitally through the devices, but they're also discussing with each other where they should place particular items, where they should go and mine for particular materials. It really does develop their problem-solving skills as well.
Teachers and learners have told us about the development of 21st century skills, about the positive impact on both literacy and numeracy skills. When children enjoy what they're doing and are engaged, the barriers to learning are removed.
I developed my skills of communication. Instead of just being quiet and doing it by myself, I communicated with everybody around my table and my team.
I love my job, I love teaching, and I love being a principal as well, and I absolutely love it whenever the children are engaged and having fun, because they're learning and they don't even realise it. They're playing and they're learning and they're extending their knowledge, and it's all in that sandbox environment of Minecraft. They're probably going home and telling their parents that they're playing, but the skills that they learn and the knowledge that they develop is key.
So what I'm trying to say is that as educators, we need to explore many various methods in order to engage our learners at any levels. And one of the methods that I discovered was very engaging among my students in my setting was the usage of Minecraft. So I hope many other educators will be able to explore Minecraft as one of the digital tools for the 2024 education, which will be very challenging for us to tackle. And the students nowadays, they are very much into 21st century learning, where they want to use the technology tools. So with that, I would like to thank Dr. Derry for giving me this wonderful opportunity for sharing my expertise in using Minecraft. Thank you so much, Dr. Derry.
Wow, thank you very much, Nirmala Devi Kandasamy from Malaysia. Let's all give Nirmala a heart reaction, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Derry.
Indeed, Minecraft is the future for learning for our students. I'm glad that St. Patrick's School in Malaysia is now into Minecraft. We also in St. Patrick's School in the Philippines are doing Minecraft already as one of their clubs, and hopefully soon we'll be able to integrate it into the actual curriculum, pretty much the same like with robotics that we have done. And thank you very much, Nirmala, for sharing to everyone, to our dear teachers and students who are here, of this promising and really beneficial new learning platform for our students.
Thank you so much, Dr. Derry.
Thank you. And now, thank you very much, Nirmala. We'll now proceed with our second to last presenter. Would like to call Naomi Saligumba. She is currently a PhD student at the Manuel L. Quezon University and also a public school teacher. Let's all welcome Naomi Saligumba. Naomi?
Good evening, sir, and good evening, everyone. Allow me to share my screen po.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll be just playing my screen po. Okay, so good evening, everyone, to our international speakers, to the students, the parents, and other teachers around the world. So I'm Naomi, and I will be presenting some of the features that the Philippines is starting the year. So I will be talking about the Matatag curriculum in the Filipino percent. Okay. Okay, so the enhanced basic education is to the local and the global community needs that demands through its mission to strengthen the values of the Philippines, develop productive citizens who are can be a contributor to the building of a progressive, just, and human society, and ensure environmental sustainability and cultivate global partnership for development. So the Matatag curriculum was launched last August 10 by our Vice President of the Republic and also the Secretary of Education, no other than Honorable Sara Duterte. And from the launch last August 10, the Bureau of Curriculum Development of the Department of Education, alongside with the Bureau of Teaching and Learning Delivery and other departments have undergone a lot of development of the learning resources and right shop from the end to the finalization. Also, with the pilot implementation of the different of the learning areas that were developed, and that was piloted in the different regions and selected schools in the country. So for the previous months, we were able to we were privileged enough to be part of the orientations of the newly developed and launched curriculum. So the so-called the Matatag curriculum. So to give us rationale of this Matatag curriculum. So in 2019, DepEd primary goal is to equip Filipino learners with the necessary skills and competence to prepare them to take on the challenges of the 21st century. So it endeavors to make the basic education of the country on par with international standard by ensuring that it is appropriate, responsive, and relevant to the learners and to the national global in any form of basic education. So I'm lucky enough that Dr. Dari mentioned earlier in his talk about the 2022 PISA results of the country, which we actually consistently rank second to the lowest in the OECD. So in pursuing any form of change in the basic education curriculum, it is imperative to understand the current context and setting. So doing this will allow the department to recognize the existing and expected realities and consequently adopt appropriate measures to realize its vision, hence making the Matatag curriculum responsive and attuned to the dynamic changes that comes into play in the society. So, Matatag, bansang makabata, batang makabansa. So, the education agenda of the current administration, also known as the Matatag, which sets the new direction of the agency and stakeholder in resolving basic education challenges. So this Matatag agenda has 4 critical components. The MA, which is to make the curriculum relevant to produce competent and job-ready, active, and responsible citizens. Take steps to accelerate delivery of basic education facilities and services. Take good care of learners by promoting learner well-being, inclusive education, and a positive learning environment. And lastly, give support to teachers to teach better. So these specific directions of the department also includes improving curriculum by focusing on foundational skills and embedding peace competencies, building more resilient schools and classrooms, strengthening inclusive education programs, advocating for teachers' additional benefits, and providing professional development programs, among others. So the Matatag curriculum wants to improve access, equity, resiliency, and well-being that can be attained through the support of various education stakeholders. So this is why important that. So first, the demand of the future changing century requires constant adjustment to rapidly changing environments. So the information overload necessitates strong information literacy skills, and improved curriculum serves as an essential instrument for preparing students to take future challenges. Next is on the quality of the student learning indicators and results. So DepEd used baseline data and parameters to guide its educational reforms. So national and international assessments serve as indicators of the current basic education. But we can say that that does not represent the entire system. So student learning assessment data is crucial for curriculum review and recalibration. So the K-12 basic education system is assessed through system assessment at the end of each key stage. So for the early, we have the ELNA, or the Early Language Literacy and Numeracy Assessment, and the National Assessment Test that measures language literacy and numeracy and providing empirical data for policy formulation. So the first basic education exit assessment, class 2018 to 2019, revealed low proficiency levels in the 21st century skills among our senior high school graduates. So this calls for a strengthened framework for integrating these skills in both curriculum and pedagogy, which is one of the enhancements of the 2022 curriculum. And lastly, curriculum review as a basis for the K-10 curriculum recalibration. We all know that the senior high school is still on the validation process. So the Department of Education of the Philippines initiated a curriculum review to ensure quality, relevance, and liberating basic education for all. So they examined the curriculum in various phases. And this review they found out that the current curriculum has numerous essential learning competencies, but some prerequisites were implicit or misplaced. So recommendations include reducing desirable competencies per quarter, revisiting the sequence of competencies, articulating competencies across quarters and grade levels, and interconnecting learning competencies with other disciplines. So the vision of the department, along with the goals and the features of its K-12 program, is realized through its curriculum, which is standards-based in nature. It identifies a predetermined set of learning outcomes that students are expected to master at a after a certain period of time. So collectively, the K to 12 curriculum standards ensure the mastery of concepts and skills attained, and lifelong learning is developed. So the table below reiterates the existing learning areas and introduces their new curriculum goals. So these curriculum goals will be unpacked through the learning area shaping papers that the BCD will release subsequent with the curriculum guide. So it is expected that these documents will detail the standards for learners and learning competencies that they develop. So these curriculum goals will include the specification of knowledge, understanding, skills, and attitudes. Okay. So let's proceed with the features of this Matatag curriculum. So first is, in light of what has been established of the previous K-12 curriculum review and other pertinent researches conducted of the current status of education, both in the Philippines and abroad, DepEd reinforces the strengths of the K-12 program by putting forth the suggested features of the Matatag curriculum. First is the focus on the foundational skills. So the major concern that was raised was the congestion of curriculum, which necessitated streamlining its intent and content. So the Matatag curriculum for grade 1 has shifted from offering 7 learning areas to only 5 that focuses on strengthening literacy and numeracy. So the new learning areas will be language, reading and literacy, and Makabansa will be also introduced. So these learning areas have been deliberately crafted rather than simply merging and integrating this existing learning area. So first is the language, which is the new addition to the existing learning areas in the grade 1. So the creation of the language curriculum gives more emphasis to the development of the oral language skills for communication in the learner's first language, or the L1, which is essential in developing the foundational skills for literacy and learning other content areas. Next one is the reading and literacy, which aims to develop foundational reading skills essential for early literacy. So comprehension strategies are introduced to help students understand and engage with text, identify main ideas, and draw simple inferences. So the curriculum aims to foster a positive reading attitude, nurturing a love for reading through exposure to age-appropriate and engaging texts. And lastly, the Makabansa, or in English it's called patriotism. The introduction of a new learning area called Makabansa in Key Stage 1, which includes grades 1 to 3, intends to provide learners with essential knowledge, skills, and attitudes, enabling them to develop personal and cultural consciousness in becoming active, healthy, and creative members of their respective communities. So ultimately, the Makabansa prepares learners to better understand and appreciate the more disciplinal approach of music and arts, physical education and health, and Araling Panlipunan as learners go through the succeeding key stages. So another feature of this curriculum is the strengthened literacy and numeracy in the first key stage through the National Reading Program, or NRP, and the National Mathematics Program. So in the first key stage, the curriculum was designed to ensure that literacy and numeracy are the center of the teaching and learning experience. So on the other hand, children become more numerate as they explore solving. So children develop confidence with their parents, families, and friends, help them to mathematically investigate space structures and patterns. So let's proceed. First, know that we have the ECARP, or the Every Child a Reader program, and the 3Bs, or Bawat Bata Bumabasa. So the National Reading Program is grounded on the science of reading and evidence-based instruction, which stresses the importance of addressing the learner's need through the implementation of responsive reading programs, intervention approaches, methodology, and techniques, which in turn aided to developmentally and grade level appropriate learning resources and technology. So, so it is important in the framework, we can see that it is very important that support mechanism from the other stakeholders of our education sector, which include the NGAs, the LGUs, development partners, and a lot more. And next is the National Mathematics Program, or the NNP. So it is guided by the Mosaic framework of Evans et al. In 2019, an evidence-based tool of 6 interrelated pedagogies and learning-focused components that support a large-scale and comprehensive literacy and numeracy initiative. So this includes enabling policies and standards which cover the curricular content and pacing, the high-quality texts and materials pertains to the print materials and other instructional aids required for high quality of literacy and numeracy instruction, effective teachers and school leaders that address the inputs and resources needed to ensure that the teachers knows how to use the evidence-based literacy and numeracy instructional material, effective teaching, teacher coaching and mentoring, that would address the need for ongoing in-school and in-class support after training, the continuous assessment to inform instruction that would address the need of the teachers to have the ability to gather informal and formal data on learners' progress and performance within the context of the classroom on a regular basis. And lastly, the regular practice outside of the school, which pertains to the need to extend learning beyond the confinement of the school days. Next feature of this is the redefining interplay among languages in the MTB-MLE program. So the mother tongue-based multilingual education serves as an integral feature of the K-12 basic education, which emphasizes the role of the child's first language as a critical resource for effective learning and foundational literacy development. So the program acknowledges that a learner's language, societal and cultural experiences, prior education, media exposure, and home environment form a collective schema facilitating the understanding of new concepts. So MTB-MLE advocates the use of the mother tongue as the initial language and literacy resource before transitioning to the learning of other languages. And we've talked about this a lot of times. The Philippines has a review is the congestion of the curricula, which has been found to be overcrowded with content, thus disallowing learners to fully grasp and understand various concepts. So to address this issue, the current curriculum is congested by around 70% of these learning competencies. So ultimately, the net effect of this transformation is more targeted, effective, and meaningful learning experience. So from the original 11,000, more than 11,000 is streamlined to almost 3,600 plus. Another feature of this is the clear articulation of the DepEd's 21st Century Skills Framework, which is embodying the vision for a Filipino learner. So the vision of the DepEd remains the same, to produce a holistically developed Filipino learners with 21st century skills, or the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and competencies that learners need to develop so they can prepare and succeed in life and work in the 21st century. So the detailed 21st century framework comprises the same 4 domains that was originally set out in the DepEd Order 21 released last 2019. So these domains are the information, media and technology skills, learning and innovation skills, communication skills, and lastly, life and career skills. Another feature is the intensified values education. So last June 2025, the former President of the Republic, Rodrigo Duterte, signed the GMRC and Values Education Act. So it addresses the needs to complement the knowledge and skills development of learners with values development. So making the curriculum more holistic as it strikes a balance between competence and character. So aside from providing a separate learning area for values formation as mandated by the RA 11476, there is a systematic integration of DepEd core values across learning areas with explicit placement in relevant topics and contents across grade levels. And lastly, is the strengthened peace education. So as a transformative paradigm, this curriculum seeks to change mindsets, values, and behaviors that have led to direct, structural, and other forms of violence in our society. So it intends to build awareness, concern, and action toward nonviolence, justice, and environmental care, as stipulated in DepEd Memorandum number 469 series of 2008. So allow me to share what the Undersecretary for the Curriculum and Teaching of the Department of Education, the Philippines, mentioned during the launch. So let me say a thank you in advance to our good teachers who will breathe a life into the new curriculum. So the Matatag curriculum will be your roadmap and your guide to nurture the minds of our learners and help them learn to be better and be better. And lastly, education is a driving force of our country's growth and development. So let us work together to ensure that our education system empowers young people to navigate lives and challenges with 21st century skills, resilience, leadership, and strength and character. As they join us in reshaping and building a better and stronger Philippines, as mentioned by VP Sara Z. Duterte. So that would be all. And for my references, the general shaping paper released by the Bureau of Curriculum Development, and this are among others po. And that's all. Thank you po, everyone.
Thank you very much, Naomi Saligumba, one of the public school teacher, also a current PhD student of the Manuel L. Quezon University. Thank you very much. Let's all give now a heart reaction, everyone. Excellent. And it is my hope that the new curriculum established by the Philippine government would truly help out in terms of concerns and challenges in addressing the previous presentation of the PISA results, for particularly for the Philippines. And it is also my hope that both the public and the private schools would be able to help each other in terms of helping out primarily the students or the Filipino students. Thank you very much. Now, we will now proceed with our last presenter for today's conference. She is currently a senior high school student at St. Patrick's School of Quezon City in the Philippines. And yeah, what a way to end our first day with a presentation from a student. And she will be presenting her very own research about a case study of a school's United Nations Sustainable Development Goals international collaboration programs, which I think would be able to help everyone, basing it on the perspective of a student. So friends, educators, teacher, parents, and students, let's all welcome Rio Bautista from the Philippines. Rio, the Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you, Sir Darius. May I share my presentation?
Yes, you can share your presentation.
Is my screen visible po, Sir Darius?
Yes, it is visible, Rio.
Thank you. A pleasant day to all esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and our engaged audience. I trust that this finds you well. My name is Ria C. Bautista, an 11th grade STEM student from St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, Philippines. Today, I stand before you with immense excitement to share the culmination of my dedication and hard work. A research entitled A Case Study of a School's United Nations Sustainable Development Goals International Collaboration Programs among high school students. It is my sincere hope that the research I present today sheds light on the profound impact of international collaboration programs among high school students. So, without further ado, let's dive in. In today's complex global landscape, educational institutions are increasingly tasked with preparing students to address pressing global challenges. One key initiative in this regard is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, a universal call to action adopted in 2015. Educational institutions, including high schools, are urged to incorporate these goals into their curricula and activities to nurture global citizens capable of contributing to a sustainable world. Therefore, it's important to understand the experiences and viewpoints of students who are participants of these programs in order to ensure that they become global citizens who are capable of contributing to the world's sustainability. This study aims to number one, explore the experiences and challenges of high school students during international collaboration pertaining to the SDGs. Number two, analyze the impact of the UN SDGs international collaboration programs to high school students' personal growth and global awareness. And third, understand how UN SDGs international collaboration programs enable and prepare high school students to contribute to the world's sustainability. Now, the problem of the study is that despite the pressing needs for SDG initiatives, there is lack of comprehensive research and empirical evidence regarding the impact of a school's United Nations SDGs international collaboration programs among high school students. As stated by Nigel and others in 2020, what students take away in terms of knowledge, skills, and attitude remains unclear in relation to key aspects of global education. Therefore, the problem of the study will be answered in the following research. 1. What experiences and challenges do high school students gain from participating in SDGs international collaboration programs? Second, how do international collaboration programs about SDGs contribute to high school students' personal growth and global engagement? And lastly, how does the SDG International Collaboration Program prepare high school students to be globally aware citizens and contribute to the world's sustainability? My research is connected to two theoretical theories, namely social constructivism theory and transformative learning theory. Social constructivism theory is a theory developed by Lev Vygotsky as the pivotal roles of language and culture in shaping human experiences and understanding of reality. Students engage in collaborative learning experiences with peers from diverse cultural backgrounds. Through interactions, discussions, and joint projects related to the SDGs, they construct meaning and understanding. Therefore, this theory is connected to my study. And the second theory is the transformative learning theory. This theory is developed by Jacques Mezirow in 2000, and it is focused on the process of deep, critical reflection that leads to a fundamental shift in an individual world. It is connected to my study because collaboration programs serve as a catalyst for transformative experiences. Through exposure to diverse cultures, global issues, and collaborative problem solving, students confront cultural biases, challenge stereotypes, and develop a more nuanced understanding of the world. For my conceptual framework, my study utilized the IPO or the input process output format. The input entails the profile of the respondents that I needed to gather rich insights from the participants. The process was done through open-ended questionnaires which allowed me to gather information about their participation in the international collaboration programs about SDGs. And lastly, the output provided the experiences and challenges faced by the participants in the program, empirical evidence on the impact of the program to their personal growth and global engagement, and lastly, the importance of UN SDGs international collaboration programs for us to attain. My research also used a variety of methods. For my research design, I used the qualitative case study approach. The local of the study is at St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, Philippines, and it is an institution known for its active participation in the UNSDG International Collaboration Program. The study focuses on high school students at St. Patrick's School of Quezon City who are actively involved in these collaboration programs about the SDGs. Participants are selected through purposive sampling techniques. The study gathered data through open-ended questionnaires administered on the online survey platform Google Forms, chosen for its user-friendly and cost-effectiveness. The questionnaire was distributed confidentially via the Messenger app, preceded by obtaining informed consent from participants through a formal letter outlining the study's purpose and data use. Now, to analyze the data I have collected, I utilized the thematic data analysis to identify themes. Now, let's dive into the data that I have collected from the participants answering the research question. For my first research question, which is centered on knowing the experiences and challenges faced by high school students in the UNSDG's international collaboration programs, the theme of positive experience and learning through challenges have emerged. Participants shared positive experiences from engaging in UNSDG's international collaboration program. They highlighted excitement people from different countries, gaining diverse insights, and exchanging information about various sustainable development goals. Despite positive experiences, challenges also emerged, including communication barriers, cultural differences, and logistical issues. But participants have also demonstrated resilience, patience, and effective strategies to overcome these challenges, such as dedicated practice, mutual understanding, and practical solutions. The recurring theme was the transformative nature of their engagement, leading to increased confidence, openness to diversity, and flexibility. Next, for the second research question, which is focused on analyzing the impact of international collaboration programs regarding the SDGs on their personal growth and global engagement, a theme emerged which is the increased personal growth and global awareness. Participation in international collaborations related to the SDGs significantly influenced personal growth. Communication skills, critical thinking, and problem-solving abilities were enhanced. The collaborative nature of the programs fostered adaptability, teamwork, and cultural awareness too. The experiences inspired positive habits and actions leading to increased empathy, a sense of social responsibility, and support for SDGs through personal habits. The engagements were reported to be transformative, aligning with UNESCO's goal of preparing students for a rapidly changing world through global citizenship. Now, for the last research question, focused on understanding how the SDG international collaboration programs prepare high school students to be globally aware citizens and contribute to global sustainability, the theme Contributing to Sustainability with the Knowledge Acquired has emerged. Participation in SDG international collaboration programs elevated global awareness and knowledge of high school students. The programs introduced key global issues and provided them insights into pressing challenges faced by the world. The high school students also emphasized the importance of knowledge distribution within their community and highlighted the role of awareness in contributing to sustainability efforts. The participants felt prepared to be globally aware citizens capable of contributing to society. They have acquired effective communication skills and expressed a sense of social responsibility to make significant contributions to global sustainability initiatives. The knowledge gained through these programs empowered them to actively support the Sustainable Development Goals and take actionable steps towards creating a sustainable environment. All the present findings are aligned with UNESCO and Oxfam, saying that international collaboration programs regarding the Sustainable Development Goals stand as catalysts preparing students to become globally aware citizens, ready to contribute to the world's sustainability. In conclusion, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals international collaboration programs are transformative platforms that not only enrich participants with global perspectives, but also equip them with the skills and mindset needed for active global citizenship. The challenges encountered serve as stepping stones rather than stumbling blocks, emphasizing the resilience and adaptability cultivated through international collaboration. As we navigate an increasingly interconnected world, these programs stand as beacons, guiding individuals towards a shared commitment to sustainable development and a more equitable and harmonious global society. Now, based on the conclusions, the researcher has recommendations for the following. For parents, please encourage your children to participate in this program. For teachers, play an active role in shaping global citizens through thoughtful curriculum design and teaching approaches. For students, take an active role in shaping your own global awareness by seeking and embracing opportunities for international collaborations and engagement in SDG initiatives. For future researchers, you can explore the long-term impact of the international collaborations on the participants' lives and careers. And lastly, for educational institutions, implement programs that foster global citizenship education support. Now, I would like to end my presentation with a quote saying, education is about empowerment, about cultivating a human being to the highest possible potential, a tool for fulfilling the emancipation. This quote is from Sad Philippe. In essence, education serves as a powerful tool for empowerment, unlocking the highest potential within individuals. When harnessed for the cause of sustainability, education becomes the guiding force towards responsible decision-making and harmonious coexistence with our planet. It is through an empowered education that we pave the way for a future where individuals are not only equipped to thrive personally, but are also dedicated stewards of a sustainable and thriving global environment. By instilling these values in current generations, we ensure a legacy of knowledge, responsibility, and care for the well-being of the earth for generations to come. Here are my references for the study. Once again, I am Ria C. Bautista, a 16-year-old 11th STEM student from St. Patrick's School of Quezon City, Philippines. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. That's all, and thank you so much for listening.
Wow, amazing presentation by our dear student, Rio Bautista. Let's all give Rio a heart reaction, everyone. Truly amazing. Yeah, so basing it with our students, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals collaboration truly works, as basing it with the research conducted by our dear students. So I encourage everyone to do the collaborations. Let's help each other. It works. And the student, our dear student, did actually made the research, and it's only it's a proof. It's a living proof that what we are doing online, virtually, or face-to-face with our dear students do indeed work, and we have a bright future for everyone. And yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Rio Bautista, our dear student from St. Patrick's School of Quezon City in the Philippines. And so, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and our esteemed speakers, as we draw the curtains on the first day of the International Education Conference with the theme Advancing Strategies for the Challenges and Nurturing Development in 2024, I stand here in our Zoom conference with a profound sense of gratitude and enthusiasm. Throughout the hours that we are together, we have witnessed an intellectual tapestry woven with diverse insights innovative solutions, and a shared commitment to navigating the complex landscape of education in the coming year. Our speakers, with their expertise and passion, have illuminated the path forward, addressing the challenges and proposing strategies that promise to shape the future of education. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to each speaker who took the stage, generously sharing their knowledge and vision. Your contributions have enriched the dialogue, fostering an environment of collaborative learning that is at the heart of this conference. Moreover, our gratitude extends also to our esteemed guests. Your active engagement, thought-provoking inquiries, and the commitment to the advancement of education have added immeasurable value in the presentations today. It is the collective dedication of our dear participants, like you are present here, that makes this conference a vibrant and dynamic platform for the exchange of ideas. And I know all of us are in the holiday mode, but you are here witnessing this significant milestone in education for everyone. So as we conclude this inspiring day, let's carry forward the momentum and insights gained, ready to implement and adopt strategies that will propel education into a transformative future. We eagerly anticipate reconvening tomorrow at around 6 o'clock in the evening in Philippine time. That's 3:30 p.m. IST, and roughly around 7 in the evening in Japan, for another day of enlightenment, collaboration, and shared vision. Until then, rest well, everyone, and we look forward to seeing you again for the continuation of this enriching journey for tomorrow, December 29, 2023. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. This has been Dr. Dari Dakanay, the host of the International Conference on Education, or also known as the Ascend 2024. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Teacher Jonah, Ma'am Helen, now Rio,
Daddy.
Eliza, and the rest who are here. Thank you very much. Mabuhay, everyone.
Hey, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Greetings
you.
from Vietnam.
Hi, thank you from
Yeah.
Vietnam.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you from our participants from Romania, from India, from Bangladesh,
All camera open.
Afghanistan,
Is all camera open?
and the rest of the world. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Good work, Rio and Eliza. Congrats.
Thank you, Ma'am Helen.
Thank you, Sir
so much.
Daddy,
Bye.
po.
Thank you,
Thank you so much,
everyone.
everyone.
Thank you.